welcome to the Ashland Planning Board meeting of Thursday, December 12th, 2019. It is about 7:17 here in the Selectmen's Meeting Room in Ashland Town Hall. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on WACA, and we thank them for that. On our agenda tonight, we have the continued site plan review for Phase 2 of 81 West Union. We have, starting no earlier than 7:45, the public hearing on 12 Pond Street. This is the Fusion restaurant site, and I anticipate we may be reaching a conclusion on this tonight. We have several A&Rs that involve redrawing lot lines, one for 55 West Union, one for 81 West Union, and one for 0 Cross Street. We also have some administrative discussions and such going on. So with that, let's start with 81 West Union.
Good evening. Peter Barbieri on behalf of 81 West Union Street. It was a while ago that we met, so that we have been, since the last meeting, revising the plan to address Concom concerns as well as Beta concerns. We've also been revising it in the nature of the use within the buildings. The layout and perimeter development of the site has essentially not changed. And we have been meeting with people in town from the viewpoint of the changes to the project and the process of that going forward. That will necessitate a special permit for mixed use for the change within the interiors of the buildings. And it was also recommended that we file an amendment to the site plan application, and that we really not have great discussions on that tonight, and that we simply look to continue it. I have brought a letter for continuance. We anticipate filing the revised plan probably next Tuesday, which would then be, I think, roughly 24, 25 days since to your next meeting on 9th. I believe you meet on the 9th of the 23rd. We would prefer the 9th. I think that if we get you the plans next Tuesday, that would give almost a week, and then 20 days for the 14-day notice. So our request would be to have a continuation of the meeting on the 9th, so that when the 9th comes, we will have the revised application in regards to the site plan application as well as the special permit application. And all this will be posted and advertised and notices sent to the butter, so that we can open up kind of a full hearing again on January 9th.
Okay.
Do you have any questions, comments? Are you going to present, there were some revised plans for comments?
Yeah, that would be next Tuesday. We'd provide the full set of plans and all the applications for next Tuesday.
Okay.
So you don't want to talk about what you're planning to submit?
I think the discussion from the other day with council and Peter was that I think they preferred we not get into lengthy discussions as part of this public hearing process, but wait until the new application starts.
Do we think there's some background that needs to be kind of discussed
Well,
here? Or?
One question I have is, does it make sense for this to be the same site plan review process, or should it be count as a new submission?
Again, the uses within the buildings are changes, but from the viewpoint of the studies that have been done by the consultants in the Concom, from the viewpoint of the perimeter, the development of the site, the pavement lot, the drainage system, but those are all basically exactly the same. So, in discussions that have been ongoing, we talked about an amendment to the site plan application, which we're in agreement with.
Okay.
But there's a fundamental change in the use here.
Yes. What has, might as well tell everyone.
Yeah.
What has happened is that we found that when this property was rezoned to commercial in 2006, there was a restrictive covenant agreed to by the property owner and the town. Steve Curlin was pushing for this, our town planner at the time, as part of the rezoning that restricted what uses they would agree to develop on this property. And that is why they're looking to do mixed use instead of simply the commercial that is planned up to this point. So unfortunately, this covenant was not filed with the Registry of Deeds,
This is a discussion.
which is why we missed it with the previous phase of the project. So that is the
That
status.
is correct.
Why,
Yes.
why was it not filed with the registry of deeds, do we know?
It was an oversight that, it's something that we should have verified at the time. Instead of simply having it filed with the town and then not putting the pieces together at the time of processing the previous application.
There
So-
were also some changes made at the town meeting to original document. There's some of that, but not the-
Yeah.
I think
But-
the main thing here is we can't reverse time to 2006, and to really pinpoint why or why not, I think that's a longer debate.
But we have that now, and if we're going to continue, the motion that I think is appropriate, the planning board hereby grants a continuance for the application of 81 West Union Street for site plan approval until the date of January 9th, prior to which time the applicant will submit a special permit application to reflect a mixed-use development as required in a covenant on said property dated May 11th, 2006, executed by William Odenheiser, manager of WJR LLC.
Can I just see that?
This is the proposed motion,
And Mr. Chairman,
and
if I-
the
if I
date
could-
is changed to, yes.
If I could, while council's reviewing that, one other thing I might suggest that's occurred to me in light of the applicant's, council's representation that they'll not be submitting a new application for site plan approval, but rather modifying the existing application and pairing it with an application for special permit. As you're aware, under your bylaw, you have a finite period of time to act on an application for site plan review. It's different than a special permit, where there's a 90-day clock for a special permit, but that doesn't start until the close of the public hearing. With respect to site plan review, you've got a 120-day clock, and that's from the date of submittal of a complete application. So what I would recommend to the board, and I think the applicant will be amenable to this, is if what we're being told tonight is that you're going to have a complete application essentially sometime in the next couple of weeks, because what you currently have is not complete, at least with respect to what the board's being asked to act upon, that the applicant acknowledge that the 120-day clock is starting at that point in time and is not started back in early to mid-October when the original application was submitted, because otherwise you're right up against that 120-day clock by the time you get back here in January to conduct the public hearing on the special permit and to continue the public hearing on the site plan review application.
So, I always hate extensions that are for a fixed number of days, because then you have to look at the calendar and do math and all of that. Could we have an extension for the site plan review on this until May 1st, which is 4
Well,
months?
I extended the hearing date until the 9th, so we'll be back on the 9th. If we need further extensions beyond that, we'll be here to further extend.
Could we have at least till February 1st? That gives us time for any paperwork, and I can't see
What's
actually
easier than
voting
May?
on this.
Well, I'd
on the
rather
9th.
leave the 9th as the thing. You want to make a filing date?
Well, we need a extension on the time frame to consider the site plan review.
Yep.
And we always want at least 1 week past whatever planning board meeting we might act, so that
Yeah,
we
I
have
had
time to
just-
file.
I had just written beyond, a week beyond the 9th.
Okay,
You want
but then we'll presumably be asking for another extension.
extension on the 9th, and we'll
Yeah.
see where we are, and we can go from there.
Yeah,
I mean, I certainly defer to you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my point was a bit different than that, which is, from my perspective, and I think from the board's perspective, you don't currently have a complete application. You have an application for a project that's very different than what you're told you're going to have in a matter of a few weeks. And the suggestion you made a moment ago, Mr. Chairman, was that it probably made more sense to withdraw the application, but I understand council's position is that he'd prefer not to do that, and that's fine. But if the board is going to acquiesce to not withdrawing the application, then shouldn't the 120-day clock start when a complete new application is submitted, or a revised application that is essentially functioning as a new application? So it's a little different than what the applicant's suggesting, the applicant's counsel suggesting, which is, okay, I'll give you an extension a week beyond the January date. Well, I'm suggesting you have 120 days from next week.
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah, I certainly don't want to be doing extension, and we've had a lot of projects that do that. So,
Well,
and honestly, I can't see, I don't expect we would be voting on this on January 9th.
Right.
So we would need an extension at least through the end of January.
Yeah, that's fine. Again, on the decision, why don't we say until February 28th?
Okay, that's kind of in the middle, is the board?
Oh, let's take 120
So you've got-
days from a complete application.
3 meetings after January 9th, that we'll figure out where we are.
For some reason, we don't just do the 120 days like he's saying.
What's your concern with the 120 days?
Well, because again, I don't anticipate the rule of taking 120 days. I'm reluctant to say 120 days just for the sake of playing 120 days. I mean, the reviews, again, are gonna be basically on the issue of the mixed-use project, which we're required to provide. So it shouldn't take 120 days, because again, the drainage reviews and all that stuff are already done. So, you know, I think, we've worked and continued things. I think February 1 will give you at least 2 sets of meetings, you know, after January 9th.
You're concerned about us dragging it out 120 days?
Yeah, I mean, with spring, 120 days, you'll be on the spring. We'd like to see if the project is done to get moving, if we can reach approval on a mixed-use project, which I think we're all looking to have.
Yeah, if,
I mean,
my thought
what's he
is,
saying, actually?
some of what they're proposing is the same. A lot of the drainage and technical review is the same, and,
But I mean, that's based on an unsubmitted draft plan that we don't have yet, that's scheduled for delivery
Yeah.
It hasn't
Tuesday.
changed, though.
Right.
Conservation
I-
is basically approved pending your language to make sure the language is met.
And then, so, worst case scenario, we continue and continue, right?
For those of us who want a little clarification, what does mixed use mean, and what might all those uses be? Thank you.
we will find out when they submit the plan. Mixed use by definition is a mix of residential with other uses, so there would be some residential. Yep. My thought is if we get to the end of February and we still need more time, they're gonna give us an extension because there's a special permit involved, and we can always just say no on the special permit. So and
Because the special permit is more the controlling thing, because that timeframe doesn't end until
Yeah, I
after the.
understand now, you guys,
Yeah.
don't want our side holding up the whole thing.
So we're
and
gonna
saying
have
we
to
got
continue
120
to,
days.
Yeah.
you finish with the special permit anyways.
So as I see it, this whole discussion is kind of moot because the special
Yeah.
permit's the important
Is
thing.
gonna
So let's,
control the
yeah.
timeframe.
so, going to the end of February is splitting the difference, and it means we don't have to argue about it anymore.
Not
So-
really arguing.
We'll call it 90 days instead of 120 days.
Well, that's,
End of February.
65 or something, and it's not a big deal.
Okay. What's it?
I want to see the language
Of what?
of what they're voting on.
Do you have that
Would-
amendment? Well, that says we have found.
Yeah, I know. I understand. I just wanted, I want to make sure it's clear, because the legalese of this, how you guys are presenting this, I want to make sure that this doesn't take away any of my rights as it relates to the veracity of the covenant. I want to make sure
No.
that that's understood.
Can we see the motion then, since there's
Yeah,
there's such concern
All right,
about
so
this?
the first motion would be to accept the continuance for the site plan review to,
January 9th with a filing deadline of February 28th.
well, just to, there are gonna be two motions. One is to accept the extension for the site plan review to February 28th, and then the other is to continue the discussion to January 9th.
They're both covered in the letter.
Yeah, so is there a motion to accept the extension on the site plan review consideration through February 28th?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And all opposed?
Opposed?
Abstain.
Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay, so that passes 3-1-1. Never had that vote total before. And then the next motion would be, where's the text of that? Did I, yeah, okay.
We have one of them.
Yeah, so, the planning board hereby grants a continuance of the application of 81 West Union Street for site plan approval until the date of January 9th, prior to which time the applicant will submit a special permit application to reflect a mixed-use development as required in a covenant on said property dated May 11th, 2006, executed by William Rodenheiser, manager of WJR LLC. Is there such a motion?
This is just
a Or continuation.
This is the continuance to January,
Continuance to
to
when?
January 9th.
I'll move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0.
Thank you.
All right. I would like to jump now, there's an A&R on this property as well. And it seems that it would make sense to do that A&R now as opposed to later in the meeting. Also, our 12 Pond Street, we can't start till 7:45, so it's not time for that.
Okay. Yeah, the A&R plan, the deed to the property that we received from the Greens, and I have copies if you want it, is kind of an old deed description referencing a plan go back to 1948, which included parcels, actually including a parcel that the school property is now owned, with the shown railway through the site. So there's no current plan of record with the back property lines, as well as you come down Jackson, if you recall from the site plan, there's a chunk of property out of what had been that original parcel. So the A&R plan is now creating the proper boundaries of this lot. It's not creating a new lot. We've also shown you what the wetland areas are in the event that there's any dedication of the wetland open space to any party, whether it's the town or Sudbury Valley. So it's a approval not required plan on the basis that it's not creating any new lots that necessitate new road construction.
Council, have you seen this?
I've not.
I don't think this is in our folders.
No.
It's not a full, it was not.
So does this simply define the lot lines as they are today?
I'm sorry?
So does this simply define the lot lines as they are today?
Yeah, in a particular, the back property line, as well as the property line that jogs around the parcel there. Yep, that one. Well, not just the thing that says, has all the writing in it, little rectangle. To the left, Mike, the other way. Come to me, come to Peter. Up. Yeah, up a little more. That parcel. That parcel is not
So
a plan that is shown, a chunk out of the main parcel that is shown on any plans. So in essence, we're defining the back property line here as well as the two property lines around that rectangle.
But your understanding is that the property line you're defining, while not properly recorded on deeds, is in fact the
Yeah, the
extent of
survey
what
has
you
done the
own.
thing based upon the plans of record, not of this property, but, you know, the property's been chopped out.
Okay, this is
So
a
this
little,
matches our survey that you have as part of your site plan.
this is a little unusual for me because every A&R I've ever seen before is
created new lots.
creating new lots
Yep.
or changing lot lines, and this isn't.
Can you rephrase what this is exactly doing?
Again, the existing plan of record shows this property. It shows a line, which is what is identified there on the, let's say, the top of the plan.
Yep.
Okay? And then it shows another big parcel that is actually a part of the school parcel from 1948. And that is the plan that has been referenced in the deeds, including the deed to 81 West Union. And it has been including except for this and except for that type thing. So we wanted a plan which simply shows the current boundaries of the property.
According to a more recent survey of the property.
I'm sorry?
According to the most recent survey of the property.
Yeah.
Um,
So,
My understanding of what might really be going on here is that this was filed prior to town meeting,
correct.
and that this A&R locks in the zoning for 3 years.
So the
Which
use,
would-
not the zoning, just the use.
So does this mean that the change in zoning where we took away landscaping and mini storage, are you trying to?
From a
Lot.
zoning perspective, yes. From a covenant perspective, no.
Okay.
I mean, I'm particularly uncomfortable. I mean, this whole thing is coming back at us about 60 miles an hour after going quiet for months. There's not a lot of context. If it's an A&R, then it's an A&R, but I'm not gonna do this. So,
Council, do you have any thoughts on this?
I mean, this wasn't even in our binders. Like this is
Well, it was properly submitted
fine.
prior to town meeting.
Fine.
So the not in our binders is an administrative staff thing, has nothing to do with the applicant.
Fine.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, so I have no direct knowledge of what is or isn't in your binders, and I hadn't seen this before tonight either. I also have no independent knowledge of what the applicant's counsel is representing concerning what sounds to me to be the elimination of interior lot lines. Is this essentially an 81X plan that you're treating like a?
I'm sorry?
Is this essentially an 81X plan, a perimeter plan that you're treating like an AR plan?
No, because the plans of record don't have those boundaries on them, at least our deed
Okay.
and our plans.
Okay, but all of the property that is contained within the boundaries of the lot that's shown on this current plan is in common ownership?
Or
by
kind of
your-
compilation of the deed into
Correct.
us.
Correct. So, you're all familiar with traditional A&R applications or A&R requests. If you have property, you've got sufficient frontage along one of the three types of ways referenced in the statute, and you can establish sufficient calculated frontage for a number of lots, you're permitted to divide your property into that number of lots without getting full subdivision approval, and you use the A&R endorsement process for that purpose. That's how it was used for years. About 20 years ago, there became a question about, well, can you use it in more creative ways? Can you, for example, if you've got a parcel of land that has 125 feet of frontage in a district where you require 100 feet, can you create a lot that has the requisite 100 feet and then create an additional parcel that only has 25 feet and mark it as not a buildable lot? And is the board required to sign that? And the court said, yes, you are required to sign that as well. You're creating one lot, and whatever's left over is left over. And there's multiple reasons for doing that. Parties do it to convey away portions of their backyard or a side lot line, adjust property boundaries. This takes it one step further, and essentially, in lieu of dividing property into multiple lots with the requisite frontage, we've got a variety of parcels or portions of parcels that are now held in common ownership. And I use the term 81X, which is another provision of the subdivision control law, which allows an applicant, frankly, without planning board endorsement, to take multiple parcels and combine them into a single parcel, eliminate interior lot lines, and bring that to the registry of deeds and get it recorded. And again, an owner is permitted to do that even without planning board approval. Sometimes, and especially in the context like this, where an applicant's seeking the protections of the zoning freeze, an applicant will submit an A&R plan that is really more of an 81X plan. It's not creating any new lots, it's determining the exterior perimeter of a bunch of multiple other lots that are in common ownership. And again, the case law supports endorsement by a planning board of that sort of plan. I understand your reluctance or your questions about it's not typically what you see. I'd also sort of caution the board, saying that I haven't reviewed this in great detail either. I'd caution the board to be mindful of the 21 days you have after submittal of an A&R plan. If you don't take action within 21 days, the plan's constructively endorsed. So maybe your signature's not on it, but ultimately the applicant gets the endorsement anyway. And again, developers use that tool frequently in the context of zoning changes to lock in the use. It doesn't lock in other provisions of zoning, dimensional requirements or whatnot, but it does lock in the use. So when you remove a use from a district, A&Rs are often used to prevent that from affecting the property that's subject to the plan.
So to boil that down, if we were to vote in favor of this A&R, it would lock in the usage, the historical usage of this zone for this piece of property, correct?
It locks in the zoning with respect to use on the date of submittal of the A&R plan, which was prior to town meeting.
Right.
Which is effectively means the changes that were instituted by town meeting wouldn't affect this parcel with respect to uses allowed on the parcel
For 3 years.
for 3 years, correct?
And if we were to vote against it, it would restrict that use on this parcel.
So it's,
It goes to administrative approval.
What, no,
well, a little different than that. So if you take no action, it becomes an administrative or constructive approval. If you take no action,
Yep.
21 days pass, constructive approval. If you vote, as you said, no, which really isn't a no vote, because remember, there's not an approval before you, it's simply an endorsement. So if you vote not to endorse it and you haven't endorsed it, that's subject to challenge. That would, you're correct, the effect of that would be that no freeze is instituted. But if the applicant appeals the endorsement and prevails in a court of law on the basis that it was entitled to endorsement, then it has that retroactive effect for a period of 3 years.
and, and my impression from what you've said, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm going to try anyway, is that that if they were to go to court, your impression is the court would say, yes, we should have endorsed this because it meets the legal requirements as you described under, 81X or whatever it was.
I think that's a fair statement. My only hesitance tonight is that I'd not seen this until 5 minutes ago. If this were a very simple instance where the applicant had answered my question, is this an 81X plan, with a yes? We had parcel A, we had parcel B, they're now in common ownership, we want to eliminate the line that separates them, and we've got a perimeter plan, I would advise the board that you ought to endorse that plan, because I think a court would overturn you if you chose not to. This is a bit more complicated than that, and I don't have familiarity with some of the history as it's been described. But if indeed this is doing nothing more than establishing the outer boundaries of a parcel or a series of parcels that already exist and are now in common ownership, then my advice would be that the board endorse it. Not because I want to freeze the zoning, not because I have any opinion on that issue, but because I think if you don't, then you'll be overturned.
But in this case, it's not multiple parcels, it's one parcel, it's just the lot lines weren't clearly defined in the description, but that's still, that's a nuance that probably isn't important.
I think that's correct. There's some case law where applicants have clearly been attempting to avail themselves of the freeze. They've had a 100-acre parcel. They want the freeze to take effect, and so the day before the town meeting vote, they create a 99.9-acre parcel and a 0.1-acre parcel that they have no intention of using, and they bring it to the planning board for endorsement. The planning board's obligated to endorse it. Everybody knows the purpose of that endorsement is to freeze the zoning. The courts have said that's okay. Again, it's a non-discretionary function, so if it were a special permit, I'd tell you exercise your discretion. If it were a site plan review, I might tell you have a degree of discretion. With endorsements, it's either yay or nay. You either meet the criteria or you don't.
All right.
I mean, I think we've seen a proposed use of this property, we've seen a preliminary plan of that, and we now are at the highest level aware that there is another plan that's going to come that is going to change the proposed use to a mixed-use nature. And so,
But
as much as I struggle, with this, I think that we want to have the most ability, you know, to kind of see this project and understand it and make it the best project that we can for Ashland. And, I mean, I don't know if restricting the options on the property serves us the best as we go forward with a new plan and a special permit application. This is just my read of this, and I would love for you guys to tell me what you think, but like, to me, not consenting, what was the term? Endorsing reduces the options, reduces what it can be, limits. I don't know.
With an endorsement.
Not
If we did
endorsing,
endorse-
not
not
endorsing it, either
know,
sets us up for a
whatever.
legal challenge or greater, to a greater degree limits what can be here. No? You
Yeah.
disagree?
Do you agree with that? I don't agree.
I mean,
I don't agree with that. I don't think it limits. It's just, it's an endorsement of a plan that, you know, it's outlining the property and
No, with regard to the zoning freeze,
Yeah.
the town put a zoning freeze in place on this parcel, or changed the zoning and said that, you know, storage units are no longer allowed in this zone, right?
Landscaping.
Landscaping and mini storage.
mini storage.
Correct.
Landscaping is the
So-
more relevant one in this case.
Yeah.
So not endorsing this means that change in zoning goes into effect on this parcel unless it's appealed in a judicial environment.
Yep.
Correct?
I'm not an attorney, but I understand where you're
I
going.
mean, I'm interpreting what town
Yeah.
council said. I mean,
That's correct. I guess my only point to the board would be, and I would give the same advice to any board, regardless of the property, regardless of the potential uses or project that may or may not be pending, is the scope of your inquiry when you're presented with an approval not required plan is incredibly limited. It's not what could the possible uses be. It's not, does this affect a zoning freeze because we just made changes, or does it not? It's not who owns the property. The scope is, does it show a lot that has frontage along one of the three types of ways: public way, subdivision approved way, way in existence when subdivision control law was adopted. If it has frontage along one of those three types of ways, and the length of frontage satisfies your zoning bylaw, you are required to endorse it. End of inquiry. So you
regardless of the zoning, regardless of all those other
Correct.
factors. So if you refer to those factors as why we said no, you will lose, because that's not an allowed thing. for
That
us
is
to say
correct.
no for.
That is correct.
Okay,
So,
got it.
so it sounds like
Kinda have to do
the
it.
advice of the council is, we need to endorse this, because if it goes to court, it just makes the applicant spend a lot of money and will lose, and it just makes this unnecessarily adversarial and expensive for the applicant
In the town.
and the town.
Yeah. The town also has to appear in court.
All right, based on that, if there's no further discussion, I would entertain a motion to, endorse, this A&R plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 5-0. We can wait to sign it till after the meeting
Yep.
unless you need the sign.
Thank you, I'll
Okay.
get those from Peter, you know, whenever they're ready, let me know.
All right. Okay.
Moving on, we have a continued site plan review and special permit, public hearing, continued from, November 14th on 12 Pond Street. Do I need to reread the notice when it's a continued? Okay. I will say that, two of the planning board members missed the previous meeting, and, we have both, watched the video, and have signed affidavits to that effect. So all 5 members of the board are eligible to vote on this project.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. that's what I've got.
Mr. Chairman, you have the two sets, are one's architectural, the other's civil.
Oh, thank you.
All right, are we ready to present where we are tonight?
We are, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, excuse me.
There you go.
I'm more qualified
Just got
than,
promoted.
some of those guys.
That's one too many meetings this week. For the record, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, my name is Terry Morris. I'm an attorney with offices at 57 Elm Road in Newton, and I'm here representing the petitioner in this matter. 12 Pond Street. Subject property, 12 Pond Street, contains a former restaurant building that was built in the 1950s. It's situated on a 30,000 square foot lot. And as this photograph shows partially, and others will as well, the building is in effect an island situated on an ocean of asphalt, entirely devoted to parking. The site is 100% impervious and blends seamlessly into the roadways that abut it on three sides: Pond, Greenwich, and Douglas. This condition undoubtedly contributes to the periodic neighbor complaints about flooding. There you see the view from the corner of Douglas and Pond. You can see there is no delineation or distinction between the site itself and the roadway other than the color of the asphalt on both sides. As you'll see later in my remarks, one of my main points is that there's absolutely no reason why this site should not be developed in the manner in which we propose, and we think it's entirely consistent with the objectives of the Pond Street Mixed-Use Overlay District. The locus is in an underlying commercial highway zoning district, which allows a variety of commercial uses, such as a hotel, motel, office building, a mini storage warehouse facility, construction yards, and a landscaping business, all of these as a matter of right. Non-residential uses may be contained of buildings of up to 5 stories in height, while residential uses may be housed in buildings of up to 3 stories and 35 feet. In 2009, the Pond Street Mixed-Use Overlay District was added to the town bylaw. Its purpose was to, and I quote, promote economic development, encourage more efficient use of infrastructure, add vitality to the corridor, and provide better access to employment opportunities and services by allowing, and I quote again, high-density mixed residential and commercial uses within the same building. The bylaw set forth development criteria for the new district. The first of these is adequacy of the site in relation to the size of the proposed structure. Second is adequacy of the provision of open space. But talking about this proposed structure at first, I would point out to you that the dimensional controls for this particular district require 150 feet of frontage. It has a 0 setback from the front and it has a 10-yard side setback and a 15-yard foot rear setback. This particular proposal, which you will see when the plans are shown up on the screen, this particular proposal basically exceeds the side yard setback from 10 to 20 feet. We do provide a 5-foot setback on the front, and we comply with the 15-foot setback on the rear. The height of the building, as I said previously, 3-story buildings up to 35 feet in height are allowed for residential use. In this particular case, our building, as will be shown, is a height of 33 feet 8 inches. One other measure for determining the relationship between the building to the land is something called floor area ratio, which along with setbacks and height is one of the 3 criteria which define how big a building actually is. As I said, we are compliant with the height restrictions and the setback limitations. Our floor area ratio is at a little more than 12,000 square feet, is at a floor area ratio of, a building size of 29,000 square feet, 32. Has a floor area ratio of 1.28. Most communities that have an FAR standard for commercial development starts with 1.0 and typically requires an increase up to 1.5 by special permit. As I said, the property is located in a commercial highway, underlying commercial highway district, and I think it's useful to look at the zoning map. You will see the area in yellow represents a commercial highway. The blue behind it is indicative of the residential use. I think most people don't realize how deeply that commercial highway district is set back from Pond Street. It is not simply a single lot deep. Our property here is located here along Pond. It consists of 4 lots, 1, 2, 3, 4 lots. But the district itself actually extends another lot down into the residential neighborhood. Why is this significant? Because what we're proposing, we believe, is an appropriate transition from the underlying district to the residential district behind. We've all of us have sat through many meetings, and you will hear, I assume tonight, you will hear again neighbors who are not happy with the proposal for various reasons because of the scale and the use, the proposed use. We believe, however, quite strongly that it is an appropriate transitional use between the what's essentially a state roadway and heavily traveled, and the residential use behind. In addition to meeting the dimensional controls, there are also other dimensional standards to be addressed, and those consist of course, parking requirements. As it would expect with any development, parking is always a concern and a focal point of discussion before boards and neighbors. And in this particular case, we are required, by virtue of the fact that we are proposing 16 units, we are prepared to provide 1.5 spaces per unit, or 24 residential parking spaces. Now, someone half jokingly, half seriously pointed out, how do you create a half parking space? Well, we're not worried about that, because in this particular case, we are, through the use of stacked parking, there are 15 spaces located here, and each of them is proposed to have a stacked parking space, doubling the capacity to 30. In addition, we have 2 handicap spaces here, with a total parking count of 32 spaces for the 16 units. I know of no other jurisdiction where the parking requirement is any greater than 2. In some cases, many people try to reduce it because they're concerned about the volume of cars. We believe that the provision of stacked parking allows you to deal with this parking requirement with some degree of flexibility. If you think that it's sufficient, then we allow it as it is. If you feel that that may be too many spaces, then we can certainly eliminate one or more of those stacked parking spaces. In addition, we are required for the commercial use, we are required to have 1 space for every 250 square feet. Now, the commercial use was a hot topic going through the process because initially we proposed much smaller commercial space at the front of the building. We had parking on both sides of a double-loaded aisle. By going to the stacked parking, it allowed us to basically increase the commercial space from 2,900 to over 4,000. Why was that important? Because before we were being criticized for the fact that the commercial space was considered to be token. There were 2 commercial units. Now with the 4,000 square feet of space, we're provided for as many as 4 individual commercial spaces. And in doubling the commercial spaces, since one of the objectives is to make this a destination point, we think that at least in theory and hopefully in practice, it makes it twice as likely as someone would come to the site because of the possibility of having 4 distinct uses there on the first floor in the commercial area. So as I say, we're required to have 24 spaces for the residential, 17 spaces based on the math for the commercial, total of 41. We are in fact providing 51. 24 here, 17 there. We only needed 12 for the commercial, and we're providing 17. While we're on this particular plan, I think it's important to note out one other of the criteria for consideration, and that is landscaping and open space. Initially, way back when, I forget which iteration it was, it might have been the first or second, we had proposed before we were able to get creative about the parking, we had proposed a double-loaded car parking aisle off of this. We had basically 3 rows of parking, which did not allow much open landscape space. By basically reconfiguring the parking, we allowed us to create. Now we're required to have 6-foot setbacks, landscaped areas here and there. And we've now provided a buffer, and I think you'll see that that's one of the criteria in the design standards for projects in this district. We now have a 10-foot green space along Douglas, separating Douglas from, Douglas Road from the parking area. And over here, which is particularly important, our nearest neighbor, Mr. Ferreira, is actually bounded by the project on 2 sides. We tried to be sensitive to that fact, by basically increasing the setback for the most part, by giving 26-foot wide green space on this side here, and then 15 over here on 2 sides of his property. One of the other considerations that was talked about was we do know that there are public improvements proposed for Pond Street, Route 126, pursuant to a Mass DOT project that hopefully will be beginning construction next year. And one of the things that is included is the construction of a streetscape, a sidewalk along Pond with a certain return that comes down for a certain portion of the way down Douglas and down Greenhalgh. We had talked about, and having since investigated with the help of the town planner, the width of the roadways in Greenhalgh and Douglas. Because as you may know, the typical, and it's interesting you were dealing with a site plan subdivision. The typical subdivision layout historically has been 40 feet wide to allow for 20-foot wide travel width, as well as 8 feet for sidewalks on either side and a greenscape, a berm. We have sufficient space. I think the travel width here, before we put a sidewalk, is 30 feet of pavement on Douglas. And it's also excessive on Greenhalgh Road, the exact number escapes me, but what we are able to do is coordinate with the work that is proposed by the state, basically extend that sidewalk down Greenhalgh Road for just the length of our frontage, and down Douglas Road, in which our frontage actually is more than double, by providing a continuous sidewalk, interrupted only by access to the parking. Coming back to the development criteria, coincidentally, one of the criteria is impact on traffic, pedestrian flow, safety, and access for emergency vehicles. We think most certainly that the introduction of sidewalks, to the extent that we can do it on our property on both of these side streets, is an improvement for pedestrian safety. We've also taken a cue from, I did have occasion to read the Cecil report, which was done in over 2014, 2016, which was an evaluation of the whole Pond Street corridor. And one of the things that they were very much heavy on, I think I have it here somewhere, one of the most notable observations was the excessive curb cuts, the lack of sidewalks, the uncontrolled access to 126. And as part of their recommendation, they are heavily suggesting that there'd be on the design standards for parking, they are talking about consolidated curb access and adjacent parking areas wherever possible, not allowing parking spaces to be accessed directly from Pond Street. Parking access and maneuvering clearance must be accommodated on site. You will recall the photo that I showed you of the existing restaurant, now defunct restaurant, that basically has no restriction, and there are parking spaces located in the front of that building. And certainly, the proposal that we are doing is in keeping with the design standards for parking as outlined in the Cecil report. Parking areas should be designed to comply with the 5.5 general landscaping requirements and include a landscape buffer between the sidewalk and parking area of a minimum of 4 feet, a reduction from 6 feet, section 5.4. As I've said, we have 10 feet here, we have 15 foot there, or 20 feet there, 20 feet here, and we have 5 feet where basically none is required on Pond itself. Impact on the visual character of the neighborhood is another one of those design criteria. I want to now go back to the photos to show you, and I'm sure you're familiar with it, but I think it's worthwhile showing some of the viewpoints as we move down the street. That actually is a view of the rear of the parking facility on Douglas Road, the parking facility that services the restaurant. As you can see, there is no definition. And this photo was taken quite recently, and it shows that indeed, even though the restaurant's closed, apparently it's providing parking for people in the neighborhood. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm having difficulty rotating this.
Yeah, there, clockwise.
Clockwise, counterclockwise, here we go. This is the house that is immediately adjacent to us on the corner of Greenhalgh and Pond. I pointed out because one of the issues here was the size of our building. And this building is 37 feet to the ridge. Our building is 33 feet 8 inches. Also, and now I have to go back, I forgive you, but I have to now reorient here to look at this view, if I can get it. Now, oops. I got fat fingers, sorry. Counterclockwise. sorry. Sign in, that's good.
You're gonna have to close that first.
Escape.
Close that first. Hit the X.
Oh, what a challenge this one is.
Adobe.
Thank you. Views. Ah, there we go. That is the same building. That is the same building, 16 Pond. That is looking, don't know whether it's north or south, you would be able to tell me, but the point is, it is a one big linear parking lot. Now, on the other side of the street, there happens to be a similar length of commercial uses on both sides of the street. So we are somewhat, this suitability of site for both uses impact on the visual character of the neighborhood. The neighborhood in this instance, we're dealing with Pond Street. Pond Street, essentially, it was zoned commercial highway for a reason. And it was largely zoned commercial highway probably because it was done after the road was developed. And it was, that district was established because that was the predominant uses. Most of them are commercial to this day. And it's interesting that there is a house located there, but in the Cecil report, it recommends that all single-family or two-family houses in this stretch of Pond Street be prohibited in the future and that they become non-conforming uses, grandfathered, eventually to be phased out. I think that's significant because it reinforces the notion that you're creating a redevelopment of the Pond Street corridor that hopefully will provide for enhanced improvement of the visual character of the neighborhood. Now I have with me three other members of the team. I don't want to monopolize the thing, especially since I can't. Excuse me, my client wants you to see the other house. I might as well do that now while we have this house here. You're challenging me, Charlie.
You wanna go counterclockwise?
Is that the Eldridge?
View.
Go counterclockwise.
Thank you. This is a house that's two houses in at 6 Douglas Road. You can't see it, but the address is actually, it's right above the front door. It is 40 feet to the ridge.
I think that's a bad example because I think there was a big fight with the town over that because it wasn't built to plan. Long story, don't want to go into it, but I suggest you skip this example.
Well, the point is that it's much higher than what we're proposing, and unless this town is gonna force them to take it down, it's there. But as I said before, I have three other members of the project team, our architect Jim Chen, our solar expert Scott Kennedy, and our civil engineer, Mr. Rick Salvo. I'm now gonna turn the podium over, thankfully, to Mr. Jim Chen, who's going to talk about the changes to the building plans that we have achieved over time. Okay, Jim? You know, functions? If you don't have anything, I'll move over there. Okay. This is the down. Okay. Right, up. Okay. Okay. There you go.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Jim Chen, I'm the project architect. So 12 Pond Street proposed development is a 3-story wood-framed construction. Mixed use with 16 units of residential units and 4 commercial units. So the exterior of the top floor is being a mansard style with some dormer windows, a flat roof, and the bottom floor consists of 4 commercial units ranging from 860 square feet up to 1,200 square feet, with wide open storefront windows, with great visibility from the street level, which are appropriate in the zone. So the 16-unit residential units are located on the second and third floor. On the ground level, to what the rear of the property, to what the rear of the proposed building is the parking garage, which one could enter and exit from Greenhouse Road. It consists of 2 handicap parking spaces and 15 stacked parking systems. So the exterior architectural detailings and some of the proposed materials are the use of low-maintenance PVC trims around the exterior with doors and windows, some heavy PVC cornice at the top of the building, and using PVC corner trim boards, and utilizing the 6/1 double hung vinyl windows on all the residential portion. And this idea of tower, the massing form, tower massing form, and the presence of the commercial storefront windows is quite significant when viewing from Pond Street entering Ashland from the Framingham side. So there's also the presence of Juliet balconies at the bump out portion sort of enhance the architectural character of this building. And some of the predominant facade materials on this facade is brick on the first level, on the ground level, and hardy plank on the second floor, and architectural roofing shingles on the third floor, mansard. And also the use of the beige elements at the facade sort of minimize the overall massing of the proposed building. And also the location of the mechanical condensing units is at the roof, located at the roof top, which is shown right here in the roof plan. It's set back to at the center of the building, so it sort of diminished the viewpoint from street level. And also, we had incorporated some of the sustainable strategies on this project, such as the use of low-maintenance exterior sidings. We also looking into engaging the mechanical, electrical, plumbing engineers with prior experience in these kind of sustainable projects, and the use of high-performance building envelopes with continuous exterior installations to minimize the thermal bridging, resulting in reducing of heating and cooling, hence the energy consumption. Also, the separation of individual units at the demising wall with high-value insulation and continuous air seal to isolate the individual unit thermally and acoustically. And the use of air barriers, vapor barriers, and water barriers, inspection and testing of exterior enclosed assembly, including smoke tests to identify any kind of potential leakage. Separate mechanical system to control for each unit, size it to meet the heating and cooling loads to ensure residential comfort. Use of low albedo roof, which typically white and gray color to reduce the heat island effect in the environment and heat gain in the building. Also utilizing efficient LED lighting, energy-saving lights, and operable windows for natural ventilations. And last but not least, the solar panels, sort of energy source from sun. So I'll pass the
presentation to, about son, Scott.
Okay, thank you, good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to follow up a little bit on the sustainability aspects of the building. But one point I want to make, as Jim was going through a number of different features of the construction and the materials, sustainable buildings are more comfortable buildings. You know, they're easier to operate, they're less expensive to operate. So as a resident, as a tenant, or someone using the building, obviously being in a building that's designed, for example, with individualized control of units for your heating and cooling, it's more comfortable. It's a nicer building to be in. My focus a lot is on the solar aspect of the building, and an important outcome that we're going to reach is to be ENERGY STAR certified. So ENERGY STAR certification, essentially that means that they compare what your actual energy use is relative to the same class of buildings in the same climate, you know, across the country. And so to be ENERGY STAR certified, you need to be within the top 25, at least within the top 25% or better in terms of your energy use relative to the average within your similar type of building. So there's two ways to do this. One is through energy efficiency, and Jim talked through a few things regarding that. So some on the LED lighting and on the heating and cooling, reducing the energy use. The other way, of course, is with solar. So the solar panels, you don't see them on the facades because they won't be visible from the street. As he mentioned, there's flat roof in the back. So in the back, you have the solar panels. They are roof mounted. They're about 10-degree tilt is typical. So we'll have arrays of solar panels on the roof. This can produce, based on this building size, the size of the panel array will be around 60 kilowatts. That produces roughly 70,000 kilowatt hours per year. Depending on who's using the apartment, that's could be 10 to even more, 15 units energy consumption over a year. So it's, in terms of the tenants occupying the building, it could be a substantial portion of their energy use. For multi-story buildings, it's quite difficult to get the full energy production for all commercial and all residential, but it will take a big chunk out of the energy use that they had, the electricity use. So I think the building will be very thoughtfully considered in terms of its energy footprint, the materials that are used, and as I said, solar is a big part of it, and I think it's actually a perfect application given the roof space and the good access to sunlight where we are.
Yeah, is that okay? I know, but I got some blow-ups, I got some better stuff up there. Am I gonna confuse you? Oh, we're good. Oops. See what happens here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Rick Salvo with Engineering Alliance, with a site civil engineer for this project. I think we've kind of beaten to death the existing conditions and the existing use. Obviously, it's a 30,000 square foot lot. Just to put a couple more facts and figures to it, the existing building footprint is about 7,700 square feet. Even though it's colored in green, this is the only I'd probably call it more non-paved than landscaped. It's sort of sparsely landscaped, a lot of hard pan. It really doesn't function very well as a landscaping area for absorption. That's about 1,830 square feet. And then the remainder of the site outside of the building footprint, the 20,500 about, is completely paved. So as you can imagine, during a rain event on a site like this that has no stormwater controls, has no curbing, almost 100% of the water that hits this site either runs through the gutter system, hits the parking lot, and then just flows off site. It generally flows in this direction towards towards the rear of the property. So there's very little absorption that happens for this site. Like I said, with no stormwater controls, no stormwater quality improvements. It just basically, all of the stormwater runs off. And where does it run off to? Basically, it runs off to the adjacent neighborhood and into the adjacent rights-of-way. As you've seen in a lot of the other graphics, this is the actual site plan. Let's talk about the facts and figures for this. This building's about 12,000 square feet, so it's a little bit bigger than the existing building. In terms of paved parking, we're about 8,200 square feet, this area and here, and then this little access over here. Even though a lot of these walkways are shown as completely impervious, there'll be paver walkways, so there's an opportunity to provide some porosity in those areas. I think the biggest point to note here, there's about 9,130 square feet of additional landscaping, almost 5 times what exists today. So you don't have to be an engineer or an expert to know, if you compare a site that's completely paved with a site that has 5 times the amount of landscaping. Just the site with the 5 times the amount of landscaping is going to allow for more groundwater recharge, absorption, slow down times of concentration from when stormwater runs off. So what does that mean to the abutting streets and neighborhood? It means less rate of stormwater runoff onto their property and less volume. So this is actually a pretty simple site to design to improve the stormwater quality. If we just look at the difference in the surface treatments, if we put no stormwater controls into this site whatsoever, what's the result? The result is in the 2, 10, 25, and 100-year storm event, and these are actual numbers, the rates of runoff, if we put no stormwater controls in and just installed the landscaping, the rates of runoff drop from 2.44 to 2, 3.15 to 2.6, 3.5 to 2.98, and 4.4 to 3.67. So there's about a half a CFS to 1 CFS drop. That's cubic feet per second. So stormwater runs off of a property in cubic feet per second. It infiltrates into a property in inches per hour. Rather than stopping there and knowing that there was some flooding issues in the area, we actually took this design one step further and installed a Caltech field underneath the parking lot here, which is 80 Caltech chambers. They're about 7 feet long, they're about 52 inches wide, they're about 30.5 inches high, and they're surrounded in a field of crushed stone. You can think of them as a sort of a giant septic system for stormwater. And what we did was we sized this system so it could handle the roof of the proposed building, and then there's 2 low points in the parking lot which is completely curbed, one in this area, one in this area, which drain into a water quality manhole here and then discharge into this system. This system's been sized so that it will completely hold the 100-year storm event, which is, I know everyone thinks that we get a 100-year storm every year, but it's the 100-year storm by definition is 6.9 inches of rain that falls within a 24-hour period. Not that falls over a week or a weekend or 2 week. It has to be 6 inches within, or 6.9 inches within 24 hours. So that's an enormous intensity storm that this has been sized for. What that does is that drops those numbers of the stormwater runoff. If you compare the 2-year storm, which is the storm event that happens more frequently, which is about 3 inches of rain that falls in 24 hours, it drops from 2.44 cubic feet per second to 0.46. And if I scroll all the way to the 100-year storm, it's a difference of 4.4 cubic feet per second, which is currently running off of that property, down to 0.16. So this is an enormous improvement. You know, it's only 30,000 square feet. There's only so much you can do in 30,000 square feet, but this is everything that could possibly be done within a 30,000 square foot area to not exacerbate the problem, but actually make an effort to try to improve the problem. Obviously, the flooding issue that happens in this area is regional. It's not from one particular property. But let's face it, this property contributed 30,000 square feet that was almost 100% running off without any infiltration, without any management whatsoever, just stormwater running in all different directions. And now with this design, it's completely channelized, managed, treated, and then infiltrated back into the ground. I think just from a civil engineering standpoint, you know, the only other things that I've noted that Attorney Morris did comment on is we did hold the existing edges of road here and match the DOT plan that's currently available, showing vertical granite curbing all the way around the site, sidewalk on each side, which would tie into those improvements. Obviously, we'd have to coordinate that stuff with the DOT project, and I think, you know, if the DOT project were to get delayed in any fashion, I'm quite certain this project would go ahead and build those improvements, at least along its property frontage. So there'd be some sort of insurance to the town that they would get built because they are an integral part, you know, to the front of this project, to the access of this project. The other point is the lack of channelization that's out there now. It's sort of a free-for-all. You can drive across any part of the frontage of this property and access any one of these 3 roadways. That will no longer be the case. You'll access through a 24-foot wide access over here, another one over here, and then that'll be it. So that will add, you know, tremendously to pedestrian safety and reasonable access. So from a civil engineering standpoint, that's essentially sort of the facts and figures that go into it. But I think the thing that I'd leave you with is, you know, 1,800 square feet of basically low-grade, not a lot of value landscaping that exists now, 9,130 square feet in the post-development condition, you know, is just a huge improvement, especially to the sustainability of the project.
Thank you, Rick. I just want to make one point that I did reserve to the end of our presentation, and it comes back to the number of units that we're proposing. Under the current dimensional controls, you're required to have 2,000 square feet of land per unit, per dwelling unit. We have 30,000, so that translates into a 15-unit project. We are asking for one more unit than we could because, and we're doing so under a provision in the town bylaw that provides for a bonus, an incentive, if we provide more inclusionary housing than is required. If this were a 14-unit project, we would have 1 space. If we were a 15-unit project, we'd have 2, because 1.5 is rounded up to 2. We are proposing 4 inclusionary units, at least more than doubling the requirement that we would have. That brings us to 25%, 4 out of 16. So you're giving us 1 extra unit, and we're giving you 2 extra inclusionary units. Why is that significant? 25%. I can say that I've appeared over 4 decades before a lot of venues in dealing with special permits and communities that have an inclusionary housing provision. I know of none that has a 25% inclusionary requirement as part of its special permit process, not one. And here we are providing that. Now, there's an added feature which some people have dismissed because it's really a bookkeeping one, and that is because we are providing 25% of this project, you are allowed to count all 16 units towards your inventory under the Chapter 40B. I'm not making a big deal out of that because I said someone will come up here and say, well, that's counterintuitive. Well, we didn't make those rules. Standing on its own, a 25% contribution we think is a significant contribution in exchange for basically allowing 1 more unit than could be put on this property. And it is using a provision in the bylaw that provides for that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, members, that concludes our formal presentation. We're now here available for comments.
All right. We'll start with the board. I have some. I assume other people have things. Who wants to go first?
Questions?
Yeah.
I have a couple questions, too.
Go ahead.
First of all, thanks for the detailed presentation. I have just a few little things that I've, want to pick up along the way. One, kind of going in reverse order, talking about the civil, the site plan. When you talked about the water retention system underneath the parking lot, is that all, that's all going to groundwater recharge?
Correct.
According to, following the new Massachusetts kind of state standards of keeping groundwater on site and not necessarily going into drainage systems? Okay, great. Another question for use of that water, and this has to do with the landscape. I know a landscape architect did some work maybe earlier in the project, started to designate certain plants, drought-resistant plants, things that are native to the area, things like that. Is some of this groundwater or some of the water slated to be used for, I'm wondering about irrigation systems, if irrigation systems are planned, or we're gonna be using rainwater capture? Rainwater capture? Okay. So that'd be a part of the system, part of the,
Yeah, I'm gonna get up and talk after all the people.
all right.
And we did submit a landscaping plan that was prepared by a landscape architect.
Okay, I did see a stamp on something along the way somewhere. Question about the solar and sustainability aspects of the project. There's obviously a lot going into looking at the wall systems, at the insulation, solar bridging, obviously the solar panels on top, but most of it, you know, really it's about using, you know, the solar panels are always the means of last resort, right? You want to use them as little as possible, and I know you know that. The town recently passed in our town meeting a resolution to work toward net zero ready buildings. And I'm wondering your feelings about where this building sits in reference to that, the resolution that we passed at our town meeting.
I can answer that. So I was gonna speak a
Can you
little bit.
go to the microphone, please?
Sorry, Charles Zamudo, proposed developer. I was gonna speak after everybody after. So we have, in all the towns we work in, a lot of them are stretch code related. So we have another energy consultant, which is a HERS rater, that comes through and they do all this blower door test and check the insulation and all that stuff. All our buildings, we do spray foam. So, and we build between, I know it don't, we don't have construction plans yet, but between the units, we build like a 2x6 wall, we plywood it, we fire rate it, then we build another wall. Both of those walls are insulated. And most of the ceilings are like 2-foot trusses that'll be designed, and those 2-foot trusses will be also filled with spray foam insulation, and I believe it's per inch is R4 on the open cell spray foam. So we have almost 2 feet of insulation, which calculates 24 times 4 is,
96.
yeah, which is, I think, is it 30?
I think it's 49.
49? So we're well over our, insulation values. On all the other, I own a lot of properties, I build, I keep them. To heat one of my units of this size, my tenants pay $50 a month for the winter. In the summer, they don't have any heating bills. So I go through this, all our common spaces are gonna be, they're all automated with motion sensors. No lights are left on anywhere. Everything is gonna be like top notch. And I welcome you, if you ever wanna walk through one of my properties, I would love to show you. Like everything's over the top fancy. They're like boutique hotels. Music playing in the hallways, artwork everywhere, custom rugs. Everything is very top notch for rental apartments. We, take a lot of pride in this. This is my family business, and we don't build these things to sell them, we keep them. And I know there's a lot of people that have been complaining about the building's too big, it's too ugly. Now I see things online, it's now, all of a sudden they're trying to get everyone rallied, it's a historic building. We've been to several meetings and heard all the nonsense. Some of it's good, some of it's bad. If you go to Framingham, which is right here, I'm pretty sure actually there was a letter from the town of Framingham, which the town sent a letter, I believe, Pete. We do a lot with donations and building parks and working with the community. And we're excited to do that in Ashland. And since I came to Ashland and I met with the people in Town Hall, I met all the people here and, you know, the experience has been excellent. I got one neighborhood of people that are just don't like what's going on and they're taking it out on this project. And I'm asking the board, you know, let's make this town move forward. It's a beautiful town. You've got a lot of good people here. Let's do good things together and make a nice project. So, it's, you know, it's, I'm really excited and hoping it happens, but we'll see.
Just in regards to what you said before, though, for your HERS ratings, like,
Yes.
what are they for, like, a comparable building that you built?
So I don't know what the numbers are, but we get every unit certified. They have to pass all the tests. They come in and do blower door tests. They put blowers on the heating systems. We have a guy, can't think of his name offhand. He walks through the buildings before we insulate them, inspects them. Then we insulate them. He comes in and measures all the insulation to certify that we're doing what we're supposed to do. And then after we're done, he comes in every unit, shuts them down, closes everything off, puts a blower door test. I don't know what the actual numbers are, but every one of my units have passed and we get good results. And do you get, Pete, is there an energy program in with the town here?
We are a stretch code, and the town is actually hiring a sustainability manager who starts this upcoming Monday. So it is on the town's forefront, I would say.
Yeah, so even as far as the insulation in the ceiling, we also put in 4 inches of the hard styrofoam on the roof. So what our buildings are done, no one's gonna compete to what we have, because my company, we own our own spray foam machines, which is not too many developers that do that. And like, we do everything from the ground up, all our site work, and so we can afford to spend extra money and time putting it into something to make it better for us, and we want it to last longer, and we want our tenants to be happier. And I got 16 families of tenants that they would've came over to this meeting, but I don't wanna drag them from Framingham to here. And I got neighbors my neighbors who first came to protest projects that I've done. As soon as I built the building and moved into, got into their neighborhoods, they love me. Every project I've ever done. I can't say we don't have neighbors that don't dislike us because I'm a developer. But 90% of the time when I leave a neighborhood, I leave with more friends.
I have one real quick question. On the extra unit, bonus unit, right?
Yep.
This is hypothetical, if you decide to just do the 15 like you can, would that affect the size of the building? Is that gonna make it like way smaller?
No.
I just wanted to put that out because,
Yes. And then if we drop it down to 15 units, the town's gonna lose
exactly, yeah.
so the town gains 16 units on their low-income quota. I don't know what.
I just meant, because I've talked to some
Yeah.
people that thought that if you got rid of that unit, the building could be smaller, but I don't think that'll affect the size.
It might make it a foot smaller.
Speaking of, on the efficiency topic, is this going to be heat pumps with electricity, or is it gonna be gas?
Gas force hot air systems, 95+% ratings.
Okay, I have some other things I wanna bring up, or are you still have more on your
I
list?
don't have more questions right now.
Okay. So shifting gears a bit, I missed the last meeting, so while I watched it, I wasn't able to comment at that time. At the previous meeting, I was at least one of the people who said the stated purpose of this zone includes economic development, and I think I was the one who said that you had a token commercial space, and that really didn't feel right to me. You've done a lot to expand that, and I appreciate that.
Yep.
You also said you don't know how you create half a parking space. Well, I know exactly how you create a half parking space. You take 2 parking spaces, but you configure them in such a way that that they have to be assigned to the same owner. And I count that as, it's not 2 spaces, but 1.5. So all of these hydraulic lift spaces, those have to be assigned to specific units, or it just
Yes.
doesn't work.
Those, each unit will have,
Yeah, so in
One
my
assigned.
mind, those are not 2 spaces, those are 1.5. Your math still works out okay.
Yep.
With that. I have a question on the handicap, parking. I don't know how the math works out on that. I assume the math says you have to have 3. You have 2 on the inside and 1 on the outside. Is there a reason
I
for
can-
that?
I can answer that. Generally, it's 1 per 25 spaces, and you have to do it per parking zone, so they need to look at 1 per 25 for the interior, the residential parking, and then 1 per 25 for the exterior, if that makes sense.
So we have 3, 1 on the outside right here.
Right.
And then 2 on the inside.
So one for the commercial, basically, visitors
one
and
is a
commercial, and the other one
Inside.
for the apartments.
If you, I believe if you have 26 spaces, you have to provide 2.
Okay.
And are
If
those,
it's 25 and under, you provide 1.
are the inside ones just for the tenants, or are they for anybody?
yes, for the tenants.
So if,
Yeah.
if you don't
So-
have 2 handicap,
And then the
Is
interior
this gonna
one
be
has
empty?
also has a van accessible space, 8-foot aisle.
So legally, if these were 1.5 spots on the inside, you would only need 1 handicap spot on the inside by that math. But since if they're 2 spots each, then you need 2 handicap on the inside. I don't know what our building inspector or what the state rules on how you count that, if, you know, it's a technical, legal thing that's beyond me. Looking at this, I really don't like the fact this leaves 1 unit that has to park out in the otherwise commercial lot. And if you could,
That's not true.
because you,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
there are 15 spots and there are 16 units, right?
and
They're-
plus a 2 handicap, but
Can one
Yeah.
of the handicap spots legally be a lift? What
No.
shared that's
No,
about
that,
unit?
no, that
No,
would
but
not.
the one that don't have to have the bin. So, yeah. Okay.
The important point is that none of the 4 spaces, units that are assigned to inclusionary, they will all have garage spaces. The other thing is true, you're assuming that everyone needs 2 cars. If someone only has 1 car, but they have 2 spaces assigned, then that space is available to visitors. So every tenant who moves in here that is a 1-car household has a second space to accommodate a visitor, which has to be a plus.
True. Yeah, I was just hoping there was some way that you could move one of these handicap spots outside and then have a second lift space so that all the residential parking would be in the garage and all of the commercial parking outside. I see that, the rules and the numbers don't work that way, the way it's explained to me. Because you can't, yeah.
I mean, it's providing the necessary spots, it's just a function of one of the units may have to park in the rear lot.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
unless somebody who is a renter here has a handicap permit, then that would be ideal in this case and be good usage of the space. But I don't see what that can be done about that. The only other thing that could be done is if you eliminated the middle of in the back, that walkway, and we're able to squeeze in another lift space there to have a 16th.
Fire code.
But I don't know if that's allowed or if there's other considerations there. But,
If we shift all the parking over to the right, and then get rid of that, is it a sprinkler room?
It's only 8 feet wide.
yeah, and I see some little vertical supports here periodically that you can't shift across without re-architecting the building. So I don't,
Yeah, I think it's-
Yeah,
It seems to me there's a lot of flexibility here with the zoning criteria of 1.5 spaces per unit and 2 spaces being provided. I get it, the whole lift thing, but, you know, if you look at the statistics for these units, the number's really closer to 1.2, not 1.5.
I understand that, but I also understand you're gonna have somebody who's, these are gonna have to be assigned to units, and you're gonna have somebody whose assigned space is out in the lot, and that's unfortunate. And if there was a way of working around it, it would be nice, but I don't see it.
You have to sacrifice the commercial space, obviously could have
Yeah,
Or you rent it for $500 cheaper. I mean, you know.
That's true.
I mean, that's,
Yeah.
it's what it is.
yeah,
Right.
it is what it is.
Type
Um,
decision.
It seemed to us that the increase in the commercial space, which is what drives
Yes.
the bus here, was more important than driving extra parking space, which frankly, I think would never be.
Yeah, I agree. The other thing, one thing that's, that I'm very aware of is a lot of people are transitioning to cars that plug in. And it would be really nice if there was a provision for that. The ideal provision, what I would think would be ideal if I were moving in here would be to have a 240 volt outlet, probably a NEMA 1450, at each of the lifts, wired to whichever unit it is assigned to. That way people can charge on their own power, and it's all set up. And if they're not using it, they can go to their circuit breaker and flip it off, and they don't have to worry about anybody else siphoning off their power. You know,
These are rentals though, Preston.
it is,
Yeah.
but you know, I don't want to have a future where people who own property can have electric vehicles that are really cheap to maintain, and people who rent have to have more expensive gas cars. And within 5 to 10 years, pretty much everyone who can is going to be getting an electric vehicle, and I don't want to be building new apartments where we tell people you can't have an electric car here.
So, excuse me, so Scott, just had a good point. We're gonna be running power down for all the lifts anyway, so we'll be able to run an extra feed for that.
But
a
my
good idea.
recommendation would be a 240 volts, probably a NEMA 1450 at each lift that could be used for EV charging, preferably connected to the power of the unit it's assigned to.
Consider it done.
So, thank you. That's pretty much, oh, and one other thing, is a technical thing. The trash is right up against the property line. There's no setback from the dumpster enclosure to the property line. I don't know if that is an issue for our zoning. I don't know what the rules are on that.
I'll check into that.
It's gonna be on a concrete pad and enclosed by a 6-foot fence.
Yeah,
We'll shift the dumpster closer to our building to get some landscape through there.
Yeah.
So the neighbor doesn't see it as.
yeah, and I don't know what the setback requirements are. I don't know if you've discussed that particular issue with the neighbor. I'd just like to be sure that you're not, you know, it's also the very corner of the lot, which is probably a less sensitive area for the neighbor, but it stood out as, wow, that's right next to the property line there.
We have 15 feet there, and usually the containers are about 8 feet wide, so we'll be able to slide it over. And get landscape in there too.
That is about all I have, I think.
I just had a suggestion on me and the sidewalks, because I'm like the shortest route kind of guy. People coming from the parking lot are gonna take this sidewalk to go around the front of the building. I don't know that they're gonna walk clear out to the corner and go around. They might wanna have a little sidewalk next to the building that connects the 128, 26.
Oh, I see
You know
exactly
what I
what
mean?
you're getting, yeah.
Straight across, continue that sidewalk down the side straight, because other people will trample through there. I would, I mean,
Well, the other thing is, with building the sidewalk out by the road, do you want that sidewalk there? Do you want both the internal and the external sidewalk?
20 feet away, I think you're right with the shortest distance between 2 points being a straight
People
line.
won't go through the tables and around and out to the corner and back over, just a
I think you're right. They'll
suggestion.
walk through the landscaping if it's not there.
Yes.
for the building. I think you're right.
I also find you're listing as outdoor seating area, on the site plan here. There was a discussion at the previous meeting of not having any restaurants. I believe that was something that that was discussed, saying no restaurants, and I don't know.
So, to be honest with you.
Microphone, please.
Sorry. To be honest with you, since we started this whole journey down this road, we've met with a few restaurants, and we've talked to them about coming back into the space, and one of them was Marconi's. And they are very interested, and if that's the case that the town doesn't want a restaurant back there, then, you know, we won't do that. But that was since the beginning, and we met with the town. The whole purpose of the commercial space was for that reason, and we met with the Board of Health, and they asked us to put in a grease trap separator, and if that's not the case, then, you know, we'll do whatever you recommend.
I know that was something that was discussed as a possibility with the residents, particularly with the concern of parking on the streets,
Okay.
when I watched the meeting. So I just wanted to be sure what the plan is.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, on page 18 of the Cecil Group recommendations, there's a whole paragraph devoted to that issue. It says, in community discussions, a good deal of attention is paid to the quality of commercial uses on the corridor, specifically the quality of restaurants. Residents would prefer to see more options for restaurants beyond the current mix of primarily fast food offerings. Some have even mentioned prohibiting fast food restaurants in the future. For the economic health of the commercial corridor, it is better not to constrain the types of opportunities that are available prospects. Rather than place limitations on one type of restaurant, except for a drive-through, which are discussed separately, it would be better to encourage and target the type of restaurants that are desired on the corridor. One way to begin this process would be to introduce a new definition into the restaurant classification. Currently, the zoning code has definitions for restaurant, restaurant fast food, and restaurant drive-through. A new definition may add to the mix and quality of restaurants would be restaurant fast casual. A fast casual restaurant does not offer full table service, but does promise higher quality food and atmosphere, such as a Panera Bread. Creating the use definition and then allowing the use by right in the highway, commerce, and village zones would then allow incentives to be considered in the future, such as expedited permitting. It would also open the door for business recruitment, targeting the type of restaurant uses the community finds desirable.
And restaurants have employees.
Because there was some significant discussion at the last meeting, I wanted to be sure
That, where we stood on that. Okay. Any other comments from the board?
No questions at this time.
Shall we open up to the public?
Okay.
I think so.
No, not tonight. No, that's the town's. Oh, okay, then I'll sell this for $5. Good evening, Martha Stoney. The last part was about the restaurants, and I would much rather not see restaurants in there because commercial, economic-wise, it's better to have repeated businesses that sell and has jobs, 9-to-5 jobs sort of things, instead of a eat and runs. But that's neither here nor there. It's good to have the civil engineer here to go down and crack the numbers and go through the percentages and everything that's there, that what is working for the building. Sidewalks, everything was talked on, thank you. The 24-foot
entrances was talked about, because of emergency vehicles and all that stuff, I thank you. Stormwater is going down, it will go down any direction once it hits the ground. Since God has no compass, no GPS, he just brings it down, up and down from the clouds to the ground. Neighborhoods, yeah, they're still gonna see the traffic. And there are some areas, 126, and the people up there kind of disagreeing with it. Working together, this new group here, it's been a concerted effort to be out there and being in the public and having this broadcast for people at home who are somewhat watching. I'm saying, okay, end result, it's not coming tomorrow. It's gonna take a few more meetings. I'm acknowledging that it's working. But let's get commercial and non-edibles and people working that can come to the town, park there, and not have consistent traffic. Planning board, it's gonna be a long time here. It might get through the winter. And if it gets through the winter, spring's gonna become eternal. Thank you.
Hi, Janet Platt, 11 Rodman Road. Live in the neighborhood. I might have. I'll get there in a second. Yeah. Just a second. Just looking for present. So I want to talk a bit about some of the things we've heard about our neighborhood. We've heard the area is dumpy, and this would be an improvement. We've heard that people can do whatever they want. We've heard that by right, they could build a commercial 5-story building. None of these things are relevant. You're voting on a set of criteria about whether you're going to bring a project that promises economic development, that fits with our neighborhood, that offers the promise of the Pond Street Mixed-Use Overlay District. These distracting things are being repeated over and over again. They're nice sound bites, but you're not voting on, oh my God, at least it's better. If that were your criteria, you could replace a lot of things. Oh my God, at least it's better than that thing. But that's not what the criteria is. Your criteria are, what are you bringing to my neighborhood, and what's it going to do for, and what is the impact going to be to my neighborhood and to the 126 corridor. So I'm just imploring you to focus on the criteria that you're supposed to weigh this against, not any of these other distracting statements. You could call it dilapidated, you could call it iconic, it doesn't matter. It's supposed to promise economic development. We have the promise of 2 or 4 empty retail spaces. That is not economic development, that is 2 or 4 more empty retail spaces on Pond Street. We already have lots of them. If we continue to pretend that it's economic development to put an apartment building, I know that that's going to be the trend for the whole district. I just really want to see economic development, like real economic development, come with the Pond Street Mixed Use Overlay District. And I don't think that this project meets that bar. It is a nice way to get a lot of affordable housing. I appreciate that. But the retail potential is not all that great. Here's a table, it's table 7 from the Cecil report. And it says the supportable square footage along the whole street, right? So when you look at the square footage needed, we've got 29 something square feet available. And we could put a newsstand. We could probably, if we use the whole commercial space for one thing, we could put a luggage and leather goods store, right? There isn't a lot you can put there, and bringing a project without a real economic opportunity isn't economic development. It's just a way to say that you're doing economic development so that you can put housing there instead. From the Cecil report, one of our concerns, so our neighborhood has said over and over again that we are concerned with the mass and the size of this project. I just heard tonight that, oh, how big would it be if we reduced it? It could be the same size. That's not the point. See, the point here is that you could ask, the planning board, could ask for it to be smaller. You could say, oh my gosh, I hear you. The mass and size of this project is enormous. I hear the impact that you feel that it will have when it's right up on the road, when it goes from street to street and bulges out on the side, when it goes all the way back from the front of the property to the house on Greenhelge Ave, 3 stories high. I see why you think it's going to be big, but we haven't felt heard in that. You could ask for these apartments to be smaller. I haven't heard anybody ask for that. I don't know why, but it's really frustrating. So I put this little excerpt from the Cecil report. The massing should be modulated or stepped in and perceived. Is that stepped? Is that what stepped is? Oh, it has a little peak here and then it's still 3 stories and then another peak? My idea of stepped was it was big here and little here. I didn't understand that it meant just little tiny jags. Also from the Cecil report are some examples of massing, okay? The apartment building on the top is what we feel is going to be added. I know that's 4 stories, we're only getting 3, whatever. But when you compare it to the existing homes, it is going to bulk over. It's not the light, airy spacing of the townhouses below that have a little space and only have a few units, only have a few, let me just say, the 24 units is comparable to the 16 units that is going to double the housing that is accessing Greenhelge Road. I'm just going to remind you of that, all right? If we asked for less, we would feel less loomed upon. I don't know. I don't know how else to say it. I guess you can't envision how this massive structure is going to tower over our neighborhood, and we can, and we have to live with it, and you don't even have to drive by it. Another thing in the Cecil report was to reinforce commercial land use. So when we know that you can build a 5-story office building, yeah, that's commercial land use. Do it, then. Do it. I won't be here arguing against a use that you already have by right. This is not by right. This is by special permit, and it has to meet the criteria, and we don't feel that it does. So, as I've said, the mass of the building is a continued concern, and it hasn't been addressed. It doesn't fit with the character of our neighborhood. The only way I've heard that addressed is basically that we should get used to it because that's what's coming. We've seen changes to the awning color, but nobody's addressed the mass. It's like changing the lipstick on a pig. You know, that doesn't help us. I also want to address this developer-provided affordable housing. So, I know if we cut it back to 15, I understand the math of that, for affordable housing. But if the developer is providing it, I don't understand why we're paying for it. Like, who is providing? You're voting on this, okay? You are voting whether this meets the needs of Ashland. And my understanding is that the Affordable Housing Trust has already voted to provide up to $50,000 per unit for up to 4 units. If we are paying, we, meaning Ashland citizens, myself, are paying $50,000 per unit for up to 4 units, what is the developer providing? We're providing that. We're subsidizing it. We're paying for it. So where is the responsibility on the developer to offer affordable housing? They're supposed to provide 10%, 1.6, 2 units. Are we paying for those? I hope you know before you vote for it. And I hope you don't vote to pay for the 2 units that the developer must provide. If we're getting others and we're subsidizing, I understand. But
The trust, the Affordable Housing Trust, is a separate entity, has separate voting decisions about what they do with their funds. So we're not voting on anything to do with the trust decision or the trust.
Well, but you are voting to incentivize this?
I think your question's a good one. Like, I do have that question, is if the trust is buying the affordability restriction on 2 more units and the developer's required to provide some, I think it's a good question.
Well, it's a compliance issue to me, right? It's a compliance issue because if, in order to use the Pond Street Mixed-Use Overlay District, God, that's a mouthful, zoning, if in order to use that, the developer must provide 10%, then if we're paying for some, we need to insist that the developer also provides 10%. I mean,
I think they are.
They're providing 2 units, 10% would be 1.6.
not if we're paying it. If we're paying for it, they're not providing it.
paying for the extra 2.
Can we have
That's
the
the housing.
developer speak to it?
So just,
No,
We're only supposed to supply 1 out of 14.
you're doing 16.
Yeah, we can do, but the town asked us to put another one in so we could, the town's gaining 25,
No, I
16
understand all
units.
that.
So you're,
I get all that.
They approached us, we didn't.
You're getting the rent. I'm not worried about it.
Excuse me? I think you've made your point about the
Right.
affordable housing, and there are different ways of interpreting it, and we know that there, you know, we only have part of it in our jurisdiction, and part of it was another committee, so.
I get that. I just want you to consider that when you vote.
You've made your point, let's move on.
Thanks. So, my final point is this. If you cannot get this right, then can you step back and wait and find a way to get this better? It doesn't meet the zoning criteria. It doesn't meet the promise of economic development. I know it meets the little zone, I know it meets the setbacks and all that, okay? But like the overall criteria, the overall promise of economic development and a good impact on the neighborhood. It does say neighborhood, okay? Like, I know that the benefit of the counting all of the 16 units for Ashland is so enticing. You know how I know that? Because everybody keeps telling me that. But that doesn't do anything for my neighborhood. And there is an impact on the neighborhood imperative in the criteria. So I am imploring you to consider that. Thanks again for your time. I know I've been here saying the same things. The reason I'm still here saying the same things, I didn't even want to come, all right? I'm here saying the same things to you for the 3rd time because I don't feel that our concerns have been addressed. Thanks.
I think we need to respond to that, and I will take a stab at it, because I think, you know, there's a difference between hearing and agreeing with. And on the affordable housing front, while I understand the town's need for affordable housing, the affordable housing component is not a big selling point on this, at least as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I understand, yes, we're getting affordable housing, but I also understand some other part of the town has made the arrangements for that. And, you know, it's a nice to have, but it's, at the end of the day, that's not gonna make the difference on my vote. So if I'm not hearing people on the arguments on that, it's because that's not how I'm voting. The economic development is important. It's also subjective. I understand there are some very significant different things that some people might be looking for. And I thought the previous proposal that had the about 2,000 square feet of commercial was inadequate. I feel there are some good things that can happen on this, with this plan for commercial. I can see why you would disagree, but that is subjective. As to the impact on the neighborhood, you know, I'm expecting to see bigger, more urban types of developments along the frontage of Pond Street on that corridor. That I think is what we're going to end up getting with the Pond Street redesign. Maybe my vision is different, but I think we have a different, what we'll see on the frontage of Pond Street and then what we see in the neighborhoods behind it is going to be different, and it should be different. And that's the perspective I have sitting here looking at it. You know, and as the things like, yeah, you're getting sidewalks, you're getting a better drainage system that should reduce flooding. You know, I would expect to see those sorts of things in pretty much any development that would come in here. So is that a net positive for the neighborhood? Well, yes, but you would get that with anything coming in here, you know, that would be expected. So that's not a driving criteria for me, so.
Yeah, I feel like this is a bait and switch, because, not this project, all right? But this project. Putting this urbanizing project here isn't what anybody in my neighborhood put a sticky dot on, or anybody actually in any of Ashland. It wasn't even part of what we could vote on. So that you all are seeing this urbanizing vision for 126 is really concerning, because we didn't participate in advocating for that, but we can drive around and see these urbanizing projects all around. We know that they're all over Framingham. This is not an argument about the quality of the build or the character of the builder. It's about the character of the neighborhood. And so voting to urbanize my neighborhood, you're not voting to urbanize your neighborhood, okay? You're voting to urbanize that part of town that is a neighborhood, that probably has more of a neighborhood character than other parts of town, okay? You're voting to urbanize us. We didn't vote to become urbanized. You are making that decision for us, without us, and against us. Do you see? I mean, it is frustrating, because you're saying, no, honey, this is gonna be good for you and good for Ashland. And we're not seeing it, and we're saying, you know what? We don't want this, and it isn't our vision for ourselves. Can you do something different as you're trying to improve? Can you not urbanize us? Can you put smaller things in? Can you make it cuter? But we are a neighborhood of small homes and then some large ones too. But it has a different character. If you're trying to change the character of our neighborhood, there's a name for that. It's gentrification. Just tell us. If we're like not good enough for the rest of Ashland and we need to be different.
I don't think anybody on this board is saying that to you, nor does
Well,
anybody.
you're saying you
nor
have
does
an
anybody on this board
urbanization
feel
vision.
that way. Like nobody volunteers their time to come down here to do this role with the intention of doing that to you or to anybody in Ashland. We live in Ashland. Like I understand you're entitled to say that to us, and that's fine. But I don't think that's our intention, and I don't think that's what we're here to do. And
So
I
what's
don't think
the
we're telling you
promise?
that.
I want to hear what the promise is, to us. Because do you hear our fears? I do. I think it's important to understand, and this has been, and maybe there's a history. I believe from what I've talked to several different people from different contexts, there's a history of not feeling heard or understood coming from the residents of this neighborhood. I don't know much about it beyond that. I'm trying to dig deeper into the history of places and understand. So I get that. That's how people are feeling. What I want you to understand that I think, I'm going to speak for myself, I'm not going to speak for the board, though I think they agree with me, that we absolutely hear and understand your concerns about this building and about what is going on in the street. This just isn't something that kind of leaves our minds when we walk out of the room. I have read and researched, and I was in your neighborhood this morning.
I was in your neighborhood last night. I drove around with my
Driving
kids in the
around,
back of
it
the
was
car for
this,
20
thank you.
minutes.
It was this afternoon for me. Thank you. I was driving, I looked at different perspectives in the site, I was on both sides of 126, envisioning. I can envision things, that's my job, right? To envision these types of things. I looked at the scale of buildings, I looked at the small, I looked at the large, I looked at the in-between. I pictured this building there. I thought about the vision that people are trying to create for Ashland, not just my neighborhood, but the whole thing. Like, yes, you're the ones immediately impacted by it, and weighing kind of that impact, like, there's a good chance I think the hope of the whole community of Ashland is that the development of 126, not into a city, it's never going to become that, right? That's not what we're about. But into buildings like 21 Main, say, are the right scale for a commercial highway. They're really the same size, the same height as houses that you already have in your neighborhood, both single family and multifamily that are already there, and actually offer opportunities for, maybe you don't want the neighborhood to change at all, and I get that. No, we never said that. We know it's going to change. But I think there's a real opportunity that your property values are going to go up because it's going to become a much more desirable neighborhood because the proximity of, hey, I can go out my door in my single family house and walk up and go to a store someplace. I can get a cup of coffee. I can walk along what's going to be this great new street when we get it developed. So I see that vision. It's not easy. It's not easy to be on that street and see the liquor store on one side and see the empty restaurant on this side and try to picture not just that building, but a series of experiences down the street. It's hard. It's hard to vision that. But I want you to understand that the research has been done. We're not just, if you felt ignored during a meeting because someone didn't jump in and say, yep, that is way too big, it's because I'm saying to myself, I'm going to look for myself. I'm going to understand what the vision is. I'm going to go to the neighborhood, which I did with some of your neighbors and walked around. I'm going to get the feel of it myself. I'm not going to get like a gut reaction answer to any question that gets up there. I'm going to do the research before I answer. And if that makes it seem like I didn't listen, I'm sorry about that, because I was listening actually very carefully and followed up with the research about that topic. I don't think anything I say is going to make you or other people who feel as strongly as you do feel better about what might happen there. All I want you to do is understand, and I hope believe in this holiday season, believe what I'm saying, that you are heard, you are understood. There are a lot of voices at play here. And no matter how hard you fight for something you believe in, being heard and understood doesn't always mean it's going to be a successful campaign, right? There's multiple voices that we're listening to and trying to come up with the right answer. It's not easy. It hasn't been easy. It's not black and white for us. We're trying to figure it out.
And my pushing for the larger commercial spaces, which we now have, was because of what you and the other residents were saying.
I understand that. And really, the only thing that we've been concerned about that hasn't been addressed is this mass. And I get that it doesn't bother you, and I get that it bothers us. So I'm gonna go back to that Eldridge building that you said maybe don't mention that. But see, that is the history in our neighborhood. Oh, you know what? Just overbuild. Nobody will do anything about it. It'll be fine. Okay, that happened on that side of 126, and it happened on my side of 126. Like, okay, let's just overbuild.
I just have a comment about the restaurant situation. To me, having 10 people sitting in an office working, or 10 people working at a restaurant from 7 to 9, and people coming in and buying food and stuff, seems like more of an economic development than a bunch of people in an office building or some specialty store. That's just my opinion about the not limiting them to what you're gonna put in there, because I think restaurants are, it's not gonna be a McDonald's going in there or something, so just my 2 cents on the restaurant situation.
Hi, everybody. Paula Parker, 415 Captain Eames Circle, and I truly do appreciate the work that you do, and it is not easy. There are many voices to consider, 17,000 voices in our town. I have a little bit of a different perspective because I've been to some of the meetings with the developer. I've been to a couple of these meetings. I also live on the corridor a little further up. But your board, design review, and the residents all have an opinion about this project. And in the spirit of cooperation, Mr. Zamuto has gone back to the drawing board once, twice, 4, 5, half a dozen times. And it's not $10 every time he goes back to the drawing board. It's tens of thousands. So when I first saw this proposed building, it was 21 units. Too big, massive. So now it went from 21 to 16. The footprint has been reduced. There's more green space. There's pocket parks. He's willing to build sidewalks. He's putting lifts in. He's developing an Energy Star building. He's making a project, if you just took it on its merits, probably the best in terms of architectural projects comparative to what we have in this town now. Far and away exceeds the kind of development that we've had here. And Preston, you made a very good point about design. It is subjective. Trish, what you love, Preston, you might hate. But I actually have a question. Are we going to keep moving the goalpost for not just Mr. Zamuto, for any developer that comes in here, because it's the development community is very small. So we have asked him to do certain things, which he's accommodated. Fair process. It's collaborative. But my question is, who gets to decide after all of the conditions have been met, after all the requests from the board and the design review and some resident requests, who gets to decide what the design is? Is it the person that puts down $1 million, $2 million, $5 million, $10 million, $50 million to invest in a parcel? Or is it someone that has zero financial stake in a parcel? Because I think we're somewhat losing sight of that, and I understand that this is a community and we're taking into consideration, but I also think that we might be losing the sight that this is a commercial corridor. And we are a corridor in transformation. It's going to transform. Part of the reason we have the funding, $16 million in funding from the state, Ashland's first bite at the apple to transform a corridor, is because it was considered blighted. The entire corridor, not just where Marconi's is or was, the entire way. That's in part why we're getting that kind of funding. And this is our first bite at the apple. And a corridor in transformation. Nobody likes change. Nobody likes change. But if I look at the building down at the Holliston end, Valley Farms, big. It's a bookend to this one. I don't envy your position because you have a convergence of opinions. And all I'm asking is that you maintain your objectivity and you make a decision for the greater good of the entire town. Because this project, or something like it, will set precedent for the rest to come. And I actually have a question. I understand this is an overlay district. The underlying is commercial highway. 3-story residential, 5-story commercial, correct? That's the underlying.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I just had to verify because I needed to defer to you.
Yes.
So on a special permit, I understand it's a special permit. But when you review this project and you take perhaps that into consideration as some sort of guideline, how can it be denied? If the underlying, and it's two separate scenarios, because another developer could come in and meet all of the criteria under the as of right, all of the criteria, and then we wouldn't have a hearing here. It'd be just site plan review, and then no one would have a say. So I'm just a little confused, and you would have to educate me.
So you're addressing on the massing issue.
Right. Our zoning bylaws allow mass, because I spent 3 decades in a global consultancy firm. My clients were architects and engineers. I actually researched, and like all of you, I went down Douglas and Brackett and Greenhelge because there was a lot of discussion about there's one way in, there's one way out. No, I don't see that. I see Douglas, Brackett, Greenhelge, Brackett, Douglas. Anyway, and I have a whole theory about parking, all of that. But in terms of size and scale, there is no formula. The formula that exists is FAR, floor area ratio, which we do not, Ashland does not.
Yes, it's not in our bylaws.
It's not in our bylaws.
Correct.
However, that's somewhat of a guide, but our zoning allows density by virtue of our underlying as of right, does it not? Because you can build 3 stories.
It does, but with overlay districts, it's a different permitting mechanism. It's
I
a different
understand that.
permitting avenue, I would say.
I understand that. I understand that. That's all, and I just needed my own personal clarification. And I understand that it doesn't fit with the bungalows. The transformation of the corridor is the transformation of the corridor, and it's not an easy decision. The building is a good-looking building, but like I said, who gets to decide? At the end of the day, who gets to decide? Is it the person, whether it's Mr. Zamuto or another developer that comes before you, that's purchased, I don't know, $1 million, $2 million, whatever the price tag on the parcel? At the end of the day, when all of the requirements have been met legally, who gets to decide what they want to build on a parcel? Someone who's actually purchased the land or someone who hasn't? So I've been at this podium a zillion times, just like everybody else in this room. I work I'm the chair for the Pond Street project. Metropolitan Planning Organization is watching us. They're watching us, and they're watching to see what kinds of projects that we embrace, if we embrace them or if we swat them away. So I trust you all to make the right decision for the greater good of the entire town. And thank you. Thank you for your work. Really appreciate it.
I want to take exception with one thing that you said when you're talking about who gets to decide, the people who are investing large sums of money into this property or versus the people that have no money in this property. I think that is a little
belittling the neighbors who, let me finish, who, they're not putting money directly into this property, but they have put a lot of money into this neighborhood in their own homes, investing in their mortgages. They are not people without direct interest, much more so than people elsewhere in town. And that should be recognized. And who gets to decide in this case, it's not, it is not the residents, it is not the developer. Ultimately, it's the planning board that's deciding tonight.
Right.
And yes, the developer gets their say with, and we recognize, yes, they're investing a lot of money in this, and every round of revisions represents a lot of investment. But we also do need to recognize the residents in those neighborhoods have invested a lot of money, time, their years into this neighborhood, and that should not be discounted. And the way you said that really hit me wrong there. And I get your point, but I feel like you owe an apology for saying it that way. It's just my take on it, and I'll leave that with you.
I'm sorry you interpreted it that way. It was not meant as a diminishment of anyone in this town, not at all. And that is why I specifically cited that after all of the revisions have been made and the residents have had their say and the planning board has had their say and the design review has had their say. It was not intended as a diminishment, and I apologize if anybody took it that way, and I apologize if you took it that way, because it was not intended as such.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's sometimes hard to read because you're hearing both the literal words and you're feeling emotion at the same time, and I wanted to get that reaction out there that I had. So,
Hi, Kathy Rooney, 136 Fountain Street. So thank you, Mr. Crow in particular, and thank you all for all your time spent on this project. And I do recognize that the development teams come back a lot of times. That being said, that's part of the job of a developer, is to come back to a town and town boards and committees and get it right so everybody's reasonably happy. I actually had a conversation with Emma today asking her if the email that she had sent about the planting plan ever got sent back. So I have both a Macintosh and a year-old Microsoft tablet, and the drawing was, I won't say it was illegible, it was really hard to see, the landscape drawing. So we essentially asked if it could be enlarged or sent out at much better resolution so it was easier to see and read. So I'm hoping that when you make your decision, if you make a decision tonight, that you do that pending a landscape plan, because I was supposed to look at it before this meeting and I haven't really been able to look at it. So thank you very much.
yeah, just for clarification, were you speaking as on behalf of the design review committee?
Yeah.
For that comment? Okay, thank you.
We had asked, that was the last outstanding piece that we hadn't been able to really look at because they didn't have a better one based on the comments from the previous meeting.
Okay.
So I think part of why I'm bringing this up at all is because I think if the town asks for better drawings and better resolution on drawings, that they ought to get listened to and they ought to get sent. I think that's just one of the expectations we need to set up with every developer.
I agree.
Thank you.
Apologize, you should have got that. We have it right there for you.
Catherine Jerzyk, 11 Rodman Road. I think at this point, a lot of my comments are for record, that starting out at this very process, we as neighborhood stakeholders were not involved. And there was a lot of work that was done. And it's just so frustrating to get to the point to still, stakeholders, like, we can do better in Ashland, right? Our zoning is essentially outdated and we haven't made a plan to keep up with it. I actually ran for the planning board to address that. And that is the crux of, we're stuck in that situation right now. People have ideas that don't really match our zoning. So I sat in those meetings, I put the sticky dots in the things. So there's nobody in Ashland that says they want more apartment buildings. And I understand that zoning, there are certain things that are black and white, and they've met the black and white of the setbacks. And so now you're deciding about the somewhat interpretive, but there are definitions of economic development. Like, there are definitions. It's not your decision, right? Like, there's real definitions that this isn't meeting. So, I mean, for the record, please, we need a better process of stakeholder involvement. And I mean, unfortunately, I think we're not getting heard because we know that, you know, there's like people in power that want this, and that's what we're sort of up against. There's been a lot of lobbying from, you know, coming from the town. So I think I watched the last meeting. I didn't get to come, but I watched it, and I saw how disparaged Rose was, my neighbor, not being heard. And then I realized, like, the next week I saw postings from the town manager, like, you know, speaking for the project. And I believe in democracy, but it starts a big hit to democracy when it's supposed to be independent in front of this board, and yet there's people lobbying for it, right? It just, other towns handle differently, right? I saw, again, along the way, that the town of Newton said, you know, hey, if you're even running for one of these positions, please don't be commenting about a development project. That's just a candidate. And yet we had people on this board sitting before it came before us. And so now we're left with, like, kind of a hole in democracy about this. And I know you guys are doing your best, and I fully believe that. But I just hope Ashland can do better. And I hope we can behave as a community, right? Because a community needs to figure it out. A community can work together. And however much you work, Charles came here tonight and said, we've heard this nonsense. It was very clear. That's another entity that had no intention of working with us as stakeholders. And anyway, thank you.
Some good, some bad, I tell you.
Okay, Mark Vasili. Sometimes, Preston, you could use this. Like,
Why is that there? Not here.
It's a very good question, President.
Because citizens may. Oh, you're too late. You're too late. You lost.
Uh-oh. We're under Mark's spell now.
You lost the handle long ago. Now.
Comic relief.
Now that I put a lighter moment into this.
It's supposed to be under here.
I want to be totally serious. Yep, I want to be totally serious and say where I'm coming from and all this. A very short snapshot of a history. I've been involved in seeing what economic is going to be like. And the one person that I had worked well with, and I want to say thank you to before I get going, Paula Parker. Thank you. You directed me in the economic CISO group. Now, to another person, the counselor. It's the counselor. Sometimes you're here for important things, and sometimes you're here as a legal mediator. This is part of the legal mediation that you've got to go through sometimes. Sounds right? You can answer. Citizens are not paying for your tax money for this. And to any developer or anybody that has, the last agenda was the Rodenheiser place. economic is a growth spot. No matter what it looks like, how it feels, and what neighborhood, and how it's gonna be taken. I feel that economic in this town should help and not become a congressional hearing sort of thing and badger each other and not talking to each other and being negative and positive back and forth. It should be all working together to see what's happening. 126. They've taken, I don't know, 10, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Parker, over 10 years? The Cedar Street fight, how much? 20? The old
Yeah.
Cedar Street
Mark?
meetings?
Mark, direct all your comments to the chair, please.
I wish he was up there, because she got a better point of view, but it's okay. Thank you for directing me on that. I'm just going on saying, you need to get along, you need to formulate to get a two-way street and not cross each other up in the middle because of ideas and opinions. It's gonna be tough. They're new. And that Cecil group, that Cecil is now 5 years old, that's Cecil report. So it's like when you had the other economic report from the, another group that was over 15 years old. Actually, it's a slow, resounding, go-ahead place. And we're trying to get away from that. Planning boards will come and go. Licenses will come and go. Developers will come and go. But the residents have to stay and live through what's going to be left behind. Thank you.
Can't stand in lines long enough. My knees give out. Sarah Hines, Elliott Street, and I have been working on Pond Street for close to 20 years. And I have lived in Ashland for 43 years. When I moved here in 1977, there were no Fafford condos. They didn't exist yet. And I remember going and saying, wait, this is all zone single family. Are you sure you want to do this? They said, yes. And they did it. And I must say, it was sort of hell for a while. And then I've met people that I like that live in the condos, Paula being one. But things were not, I remember when the Sears shopping center went in, I actually gave up an easement to make that happen because I thought it would be good for the town to have some commercial development there. Although we tried to get them to do a better shopping center, which was way before we ever had any kind of design review. It happened. So, and now I live on a street where you can't even get out unless people let you out at the rush hour. So I understand the impact of when this change comes, and I certainly understand not being listened to. But I've looked at this project. I'm on design review. And I see that it's been revised. They have brought it much more into conformity. And I don't know that we can have a criteria that we can only build 5-story office building there. I don't think that's going to work. I think if somebody wants to put in apartments, for one thing is there's not any apartments in that little neighborhood. So there's not much variety or choice for people in that neighborhood. So that this is not an out-of-scale project for that. And it does have a commercial aspect. And I mean, commercial is hard to pull off these days. I mean, every place is struggling to get commercial and retail. So these small ones that you can break down into smaller stores is probably the best way forward with that. I think it also acts as a barrier to the single family that's farther back. I think, and yet I think it addresses the street well. So I just want to say, be a voice in favor of it for all kinds of reasons. And I've looked at it carefully. I've watched it evolve. So I just wanted that to be said as well. I think it supports Pond Street development. I think economically it'll have a good tax base for the town for sure. So I just want to be one voice saying I think this is not a bad project. I understand all the issues about, we're not heard, because I've not been heard either. But in this case, I like this. I'm up the street. I'm in the neighborhood. Drive by there all the time, but anyhow, so I hope that you move forward with it. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Karen Gerard. I live on Algonquin Trail. I've lived here for almost 25 years, and remember when this Pond Street was, the first attempt was made to try to improve it, and that died off, and so we're finally seeing this come to fruition after a lot of work. I like this project. I've looked at it carefully, you know, considering comments I've heard from direct neighbors. I, like Sarah, kind of consider myself a neighbor also, being that, you know, yeah, I drive by it all the time. And we've had some instances, you know, off of Algonquin Trail with development there that has created headaches for those of us living in that area. But considering that, we are 576 units on Algonquin Trail, individual homes. They are condos, but you know, we have 576 homes. We have two roads. The same road goes out two ways onto Cedar Street, and we have one outlet onto Pond Street. That's a lot of people using that road, and a lot of people in town that don't live in that neighborhood use that road because of its cut-through access. Traffic is, you know, more than we would like to see it, but it's very doable. The most difficult part is making a left off Algonquin Trail onto Cedar Street. And you can do it. Sometimes you have to, there's 5 cars you have to wait in line. But honestly, that's the most I've ever seen. So even though this project is going to create, you know, there's an additional 16 units, somewhat, you know, probably about a 50% increase to the current neighborhood. I don't think the traffic impacts are going to be as bad as they're thinking they are. Everyone doesn't leave at the same time. And they have 2 outlets for that neighborhood. So I think that's going to be helpful. The other thing, I just think I initially thought the project was very large, but I know it's been scaled down. And yes, it's still a large building, but it's smaller than the original. There's green, there's landscaping around it instead of just straight parking lot. And I'm very impressed with the stormwater plan. I do have a degree in engineering, so I understand it. I've been through some of this in my past life. So I think that's a huge improvement for the neighborhood to get that stormwater management in there. And like I said, the landscaping, and the commercial, it's not a lot, granted, but my understanding is that's what we're going for, is this mixed use of residential and commercial. You have some residents right there that hopefully can take advantage of that commercial or retail space. Hopefully, I think restaurants are a great idea. They're a gathering spot. Hopefully that will bring people into town and maybe spend a little more time going to other places. So overall, I am definitely in favor of this project, and I think it's an improvement, and it makes a good statement coming into Ashland, and this is what we expect to see. So thank you.
Thank you.
I want to respond to one thing you referenced, that was similar to something that I believe Paula referenced about, you said this has been scaled down from what was originally presented, and that's true. And Paula mentioned, you know, each time they have to come back with a new revision, it's very expensive. There's a lot of money invested in each of these revisions. At the same time, in my years on the board, every time a big project comes in, it goes through revisions. This is not gone through by any means unusually large number of revisions. The projects invariably are a little smaller by the time they get to this point than they were when they came in. So this is But, so, and ultimately, I think the planning board needs to look at this not in comparison to previous revisions, but look at this on its own merits. And it's just my advice to other board members and how I try to look at it myself. I know we all remember the other revisions, but we need to ultimately look at this on its own merits. So.
Very well spoken.
And other board members, if you want to react at any time, feel free to jump in. I just like to talk a lot.
I don't even remember the first plan, so I'm good.
I think I'd like to actually come up here to, I'll show you what I'm going to talk about to the microphone, but just so we're
Okay, you can
clear.
steal one of these.
One of the things I'm concerned about is that as townspeople, we get shown pretty pictures. And then what we get shown doesn't necessarily represent what's actually going to be built or what gets approved as drawings. So we have asked on design review for the drawings, the computerized drawing, generated drawings, and the actual plans to match. So right now, my big concern is where are the trees? So I'm asking where are the trees in part, 'cause unless I'm reading this wrong, I'm seeing 3 viburnums. This is a Tilia cordata, a linden. There's a few more viburnums here, and those are shrubs. They're not trees. What we saw up on the screen was something that showed 6 street trees in front of it. So my repeated comments, and it's in the design review. Okay, so I'm gonna address that drawing, because we actually did address it at design review, and this is not correct. So the reason it's not correct is because this doesn't actually show,
It's been revised since you reviewed it.
but this is the
that's really-
public street. So
Yeah.
that's assuming that we as the public actually install those street trees. And it doesn't actually show what's really the small 10-foot envelope of green space at the front of the building when they show that picture of the building in front. So one of my comments, and in part of the design review zoning, is that we will mass and buffer these buildings. And it's specifically one of the big things we talked about doing the 126 planning, is we wanted there to be a sense of greenery. So the reason the people, we have all those condos up at the other end, and the people don't see them, and their massing goes away until you're in there, is because they're buffered by big, huge, mature trees and a lot of landscaping and things like that. So this particular project may not necessarily work that way numbers-wise. I don't know, because we never have that from our town, but I'm concerned about the fact that this amount of green back here is great, but it's only servicing a small amount of people in the back. It's not servicing the corridor, which was originally my understanding, that would service the corridor, and, those areas would be green, and that would have some tree shrubbery buffering against the massive building, and that would make part of the mass issue just go away altogether.
I don't know if these are part, because they're redoing
This is-
126, so.
This is the
that was
street corridor,
included.
it's not the 10-foot,
I mean,
as I understand it. And it doesn't show them on this, on the landscape design plan. That's why partly why I asked for it to be blown up, because I literally wasn't sure. And now tonight, on site here, instead of trying to work
Are
this
there
out.
any trees on the front?
There's one easy way to deal with this, and that is simply a condition if you're inclined to approve it, a condition in the planning board order that says final approval landscape plan by the design review committee.
Is that yours?
And shall meet,
Thank you.
Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I think in the future, I'd
That would
really,
Did you hear what he said?
yeah, but I think in the future, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, I would rather.
Things match.
I'd rather have design review totally done and say, we've done our review, we need these conditions for things to change, or, everything in the plans matches what we want, you know, that would be a much better state to be at, it just in
It's where
general.
I thought we were, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I thought that's where we were.
Right, well,
Yeah.
we're not. So, but I'm just making that,
But-
in a general, I think that needs to start, the first time we see plans and
Right.
stuff in town, they need to match. The pretty
Apart,
pictures and the plans on the drawings need to match. And people need to be really clear, where's the town-owned land start and end, and where does the building envelope, the developer envelope start and end?
apart from the landscaping, is the design review committee satisfied with these
Yes,
plans?
yes, and,
Okay.
and, you know, I think this is probably as good as we're gonna get.
I mean, my sense from listening to the presentations is that the developer will likely, you know, follow the lead and the asks of, for any landscaping plan. I haven't heard any objections to that.
Absolutely.
Right, well,
Every town is different. I just got, last week was in the town of Stoughton, and there was a procedural issue about going to the planning board for a special permit, or going to the equivalent, the design review committee for a site plan approval. And in fact, they basically said, in Stoughton, they decided, well, go get your use established first, and then you go through the site plan approval. All I'm suggesting is a condition that is consistent with that. I mean, they're the ones to whom you defer, and we're willing, I mean, I can tell you, my client's planner, he'll plant whatever they want.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
we thought they were
just as a procedural matter, how I'd like to handle it is not to have those kinds of conditions.
Right.
I know that'll work. I'm just saying,
Better to do it.
for us internally, let's try and make sure we don't have to do it that way in the future, even if we
Future,
do it tonight.
Thank you.
I just want to say a couple things, this is the effort of selling, it got smaller. The first one presented was not compliant with zoning, so, and I appreciate what you said, Preston, that kind of makes it clear, but just for us speaking up and again being heard, it didn't get smaller, right? It was supposed to, it's still over the units, right? And I really hope before you vote, you please do tell us what you're voting on. It sounds like you're voting tonight about the affordable housing, because I don't see how, if we are subsidizing, how it's even compliant with the developer to provide 10%. And it's nice to say that's over there, but that is over there, so you do have to address it, right? Some things happened before it got here, and so now we can't say that's over there when that's a requirement of the proposal to provide 10%. And if you're giving it more than the units, you are allowed to consider that if you're giving more units, but we're buying more units. So I strongly request, as a citizen voter in the town, that we understand the basis of your vote about affordable. And just another correction, when people do express concerns about traffic, we don't have a back out way to get. I mean, you can loop around, you can call Douglas, right, can loop around sort of Greenhouse, but that's the same way. There's no other exit. And again, please hear Rose's plea about you're replicating her neighborhood on one lot, and it just should be considered.
Thank you.
Can someone answer the question about the housing?
So sure,
The affordable housing and
the affordability, you know, the applicant is proposing to put in 4 units of affordable housing out of the 16. The applicant went to the Affordable Housing Trust. That's outside of the scope of the planning board. Currently, because I'm working with the Department of Housing and Community Development, the town of Ashland right now is at 6.31% SHI percentile. We are under, by a fair margin, the 10% needed to become quote-unquote in safe harbor. And so we are accepting the applicant's proposal for 6 units, for 4 out of the 16 units. Then that would allow the town to put all 16 units on the SHI count, which would increase the town's percentile and lead us further down the path into conformance with the state mandate 40B.
Right, but is this an issue of,
Can I say something too? I don't know if I'm speaking wrong.
why not?
If the town does that, what's it, 30 units per year they gotta present, so nobody can build a 40B project?
With our housing production plan?
Yeah.
Yeah, it counts towards that too.
Okay.
I think just to finish, like, I think the question is, okay, well, so say, Mr. Zomoto is required to give us 2. You have to, it's in there, right? Then is it like saying, well, each of those other units is costing us $100,000 a unit because we should get 2 for free? Or should this, what?
You see,
How does that work?
I think he's giving, how many you're giving us, and then the affordability restriction for the additional 2 units is being purchased by money from the Ashland Affordable Housing Trust. So how many are you gonna give to us as part of what you're proposing?
4. But let me read from the ordinance.
Well,
Let me read from the ordinance. There's a lot of talk about what's involved, but there's a one-line sentence in the bylaw. It says the special permit granting authority may grant a density bonus in the event the developer proposes more affordable units than required. Doesn't talk about a number, just more than is required. We've already determined 2 would be required on 15. Said bonus shall be negotiated between the special permit grant authority and developer. And that's all that the bylaw says.
Yeah. And I will say again, on the affordable housing, I'm gonna vote on this the same way I would if there were 0 units, as if there were 24 units. I don't see that, for me, as the compelling reason to vote, especially given that, yes, it's more units than you're required, but it's also, I know that that's not entirely out of the goodness of your heart, because you're also getting money from another part of the town for that. So that's just where I am on that. And other people can take that as they see it, see
So,
fit.
you know, so when you have the low-income units, you're not getting full rent for them. You're not making the money to carry the mortgage for those units on those low-income units. That's why the town is providing the money to offset that. So it's not just like there's a whole scenario of mathematics to it. And it's like, I'd rather not give any units, but the town offered it, and it benefited the town. It was a part of the whole package agreement. If you know, this is a great project, will you help the town, will you do this? We had a meeting and we all discussed it. There's like a whole bunch of mathematics involved. It's not just, hey, the town's giving you money, you're only giving up this number of units. Yeah, and that's only for a limited time. It's not limited, it's forever.
It's affordability runs in perpetuity.
Okay, but the mortgage rate, the mortgage for that unit doesn't cover that unit. So that's why the town is reimbursing the money.
I understand there's math on this. I don't really, I haven't dug into this deeply enough, and I don't, it's not my purview to say, is the money that the Affordable Housing Trust is putting towards this, is this the most efficient way to get more affordable housing? And yeah, it gets very complicated very quickly, and I'm looking more from a land use perspective of there is housing, there is commercial.
Yep.
It is a fairly massive building, and it creates, as I think someone said, a barrier between the neighborhood and the commercial highway. And you know, I also try to picture how I would feel living in this neighborhood with this here, and I see pros and cons. And I think each of us has to make that kind of assessment.
And just going back to the affordability, I would say this is one of the most proactive and, I would say, cost-effective ways communities across the Commonwealth buy into affordability throughout their communities. And so it's done across the state, across the Bay State, in multiple jurisdictions, I would say.
And for people wondering where the money is actually coming from, I believe the Affordable Housing Trust has gotten the money through the CPA.
CPC, that's correct.
Yeah, so this is Community Preservation Act affordable money that was set aside specifically for
That's correct.
affordable housing.
Yeah.
Correct. And when you have CPA funds, 10% of those funds every year as they come in have to go towards affordable housing. That's one of the principles of the CPA legislation dating back to its, dating back to the development of CPA. But I would say one of the most cost-effective ways communities do buy this.
Next.
Hi, my name is Phil, and I own several pieces of property in and around Mr. Zamuto's project. So I thought I'd get up here after hearing an awful lot of information tonight and present a dynamic that I really haven't heard yet. And that is, I've spoken to a lot of my tenants. Some you can throw a stone to his properties from my property, and some are around the corner. Some of the structures are higher than the residential homes around them. A lot of criticism at the beginning. I will tell you that everybody, I have properties around his Natick project. I believe it's 24 units there. Nothing like a high-rise, but also around his Framingham property, and I have a few pieces of property around. He is now engaged in a Medford/Somerville development right now, and that will be 5 floors. So that will tower over some of the houses nearby. I even think it's gonna have a glass penthouse, am I right? It's gonna have something up top that's even gonna make it higher from a perspective. The dynamic I would like to present is, I have never, ever seen so many people that are happier with his productivity, his end result. One of the things I've noticed is that he gets married to the community. He listens to the wants and needs of the community. And I'd like to give you a few examples. We've already talked about planting. I know in Framingham, he planted in a whole park, a public park. Just a couple of months ago, he approached a school, and I don't know how many computers he gave for free to these, God bless these children. They didn't have them, and they got them now, thanks to him. So I just wanted to bring that perspective to the meeting. I've heard a lot of opinions. One thing I will say, that every opinion needs to be addressed with respect. And I will say I am confident, after listening to you, all of you on the board, you will treat each and every one of these opinions with respect. Thank you for your time.
Hi, Michael Herbert, Town Manager. Does everybody feel satisfied with the affordable housing questions and answers? I mean, I've got a little bit of insight I can provide to that.
It's not clear to me.
Okay.
But I also understand that the Affordable Trust makes their own decision about how they use their money.
They do. And so as Terry, I believe, pointed out, the overlay district has that affordability density provision, where 10% is required for every unit over 10. You need to have 10% of the units be affordable. Then there's also the density bonus that allows you more density if you do more affordable housing units above the 10%. I believe Mr. Zamuto was originally looking at something at like a 20-unit development with the 25% affordable. I think after meeting with the neighborhood, I think a lot of people, myself included, thought it was a little too big. And so he had reduced it down to 16, and I understand that might not be good enough for everybody. But what was really important to me is he said he would do the 16, but he could only do 10% affordable. And I said, you know, the 25% is really, really important to us because that, again, allows us to add 16 units towards the affordable housing inventory. And then the other thing that was really, really important is, I think everybody knows here, affordable housing as defined by the state is like $1,800 a month. And we know that that's not really affordable for a lot of people, and a lot of people in town. So the other aspect of this affordable component is also to subsidize the rates on the affordable units to, instead of $1,800 a month, somewhere around 13 to 14 or 1,500 a month. And that will be codified in a grant agreement between the Affordable Housing Trust and the developer when they submit what's known as their local initiative application to place all these units on the affordable housing inventory. So hope that explains everything.
Only question I have, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but I want to ask it, is was the Affordable Housing Trust fully aware of what the zoning requirements were for affordable housing if they were doing this without any incentives from the town, and of what the developer had stated as his intentions if there was no incentive from the town, so that they could take that fully into account in negotiating the amount of money they offered?
My understanding was yes. Again, they had to do 2 units regardless, right? So this was for the additional 2 units, but then also to subsidize the rents on all 4 units. Again, in perpetuity.
So the house, the trust is giving funds to get the additional 2 units.
Yep.
And to subsidize down the monthly rental costs for those 4 affordable units.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. Just want to be totally clear on this. Okay, good.
Okay.
Thank you. Are we good on the doors? Good. Yeah, since I just want to note that since it's after 10, I had Emma go down and make sure the doors were still unlocked, and they are. So we're still good for open meeting law. I think we are about done. I think we are ready to close the public hearing and vote on this. And we will need a list of conditions. Did you draft something up?
I have. You can please take it and pass it down.
Yes.
But they are a list of conditions, but I think before you go through them, we should at least vote to close the public hearing.
If we leave the public hearing open when we discuss the conditions, then if somebody says, oh, you should really have a condition to do such and such.
True, okay.
I could recognize them and we could still get public input on that.
True.
So I'd like to leave the hearing open as long as I can, so that I don't have to refuse public comment if somebody has something useful.
Okay.
But I think at this point, I'm gonna say, as far as public comment, my intention is to restrict it to the conditions on this, unless for some reason we go back to a broader discussion. So.
Can you explain before we go through this, like given this list of conditions, these are conditions that is a list of things that you have been developing and keeping track of in terms of all of these public meetings. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it's an ongoing list.
It's an ongoing list, also, you know.
Of concerns that are addressed here.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. And you took some from other site.
Yes, and I took some from other
Decisions.
sites concerning, you know, anything from a construction entrance or, you know, track out onto a roadway. The applicant or the developer would be responsible for the sweeping of a public way.
So-
which is a very typical kind of,
So a lot of, because there's
There's a lot, yep.
Yeah.
So these are standard for
Some are
any, for
standard.
any project, and others have been added, given the comments that have been made
Correct.
during these
Right.
public sessions.
So is
And
it,
somewhat I met with the planner earlier today and discussed some of the things that I'd heard in the last meeting. So like the first condition is based on that discussion, it's probably gonna be pulled out, but let's,
just go
are we
through.
ready to just go?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, the permit conditions, 1, there shall be no food or restaurant establishments within any of the approved leasable commercial space as described and approved within this application. That was based on what I had heard at the previous meeting and from what we've discussed tonight. I believe that one is out.
I don't think we can assume that. How are we assuming that?
Well,
Do you like, let's talk about it, right?
Yeah,
So-
let's talk about it.
Okay.
Are we talking about them as we go along?
Yeah. Yeah, so,
Well, I would say in terms of that one, that there seems to be very few, maybe, members of the neighborhood that are here this evening, but that came across something very strongly. It was something that was offered by the applicant and something that seemed to be acceptable. I don't personally think it's a good idea. I think it'd be much better to have, different opportunities to go to these places, but I think it's an agreement that we had said yes to, that was offered, and unofficially was a give back to those neighbors. That was something they were concerned about. And, perhaps there's a way of, I don't know, this is a question, is there a way by special permit, a restaurant can be allowed, but it has to go through the process again for that use? I don't know, but this is something that came up, and I think to strike it out at this point.
So restaurants are being allowed use, however, we could, through council, I would say, put a condition in where a restaurant or the implementation of a restaurant shall come back prior, before the board for approval.
I'd like to give the neighborhood a chance to change their mind, though.
Okay.
Until that time, I think we should uphold the decision, informal decision, I don't know how to put it, that we kind of talked about at that time.
One option simply is leave this in as a condition, and if a restaurant wants to come in, they have to come here for a modification of the special permit. And then we get to have a public hearing, we have to talk to the residents about how is this particular proposed restaurant going to impact, traffic and parking in this neighborhood. Is this something that they actually have sufficient parking for? Because different restaurants are going to be different. I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is.
Can I speak for this?
yes.
When we first started this process, all the neighbors were for saving Marconi's restaurant, and I went through a great deal to get the Marconi family back involved. And I am also working with another restaurant that's a small taqueria, a takeout. And I mean, if we can keep that in there, I know I can rent both of those spaces immediately.
Yeah. I mean, that's economic development.
And we did meet with the Board of Health and all the department heads to get to this point. And I know Terry, I wasn't at the last meeting, offered something up and without my acknowledgement, which is fine, but, yeah, no. But it's, I've been working hard on this and trying to keep things in line, and
also if we.
it's difficult to
no-
rent these small commercial spaces. And I know one of them's 100% and the other one's
And
a
also,
good
if we
possibility.
say no now, you're probably not gonna put in the grease traps and stuff, right? So somebody
It's-
that moves in there is gonna have to spend a ton of money to put grease traps and all that
Yeah,
stuff. So
and this is, if this project gets approved, it is important for me to do all the underground, you're gonna plan for kitchens and everything else. There's a lot of work involved into that first floor space, because everything's gonna have to go underground, all the utilities and, like you said, the grease trap and all that stuff.
There's another incident of that in town recently where it was a big, huge, expensive, and it held up their business and they paid a ton of money.
Yeah.
So if we say it's not going in, they're probably not gonna put it in, and then it'll probably never, ever be in there, so that would be just something to consider, I think.
And this is a great opportunity, if this project happens, to have the commercial spaces already leased.
Okay, let's move on, to the next person.
Okay. I can't promise this is not gonna be my first time, because this is the first time that the board's opening up these conditions and letting the public speak. No other board's done this so far. My question, what's the other businesses that can get in there other than just restaurants? You can't just pigeonhole one thing.
There's a wide range of uses that would be permitted for the commercial space.
What's the name? And I know that The planner's looking it up now.
Right now, we're just talking about whether or not
Restaurant can go in.
restaurants, I don't want to go into all the other things that can be used on this, so. And it's getting late, so I think we should move on, Mark.
Because if you don't, you're not gonna hear, you don't wanna hear an answer now. The residents are being figured they're gonna be not heard at the end. So it's better get the answer out now than being emailed and complained on later.
I don't think we're making our decision on whether we're gonna get some emails.
Yeah.
You gotta listen to the public, they put you in your seats.
We have to listen to all the public, yes.
Yep.
Okay.
That's why I'm waiting for the answer from the planner, he's looking it up.
We have to go through every use.
I don't want to go through the whole use
But
table.
you're just one
It
person.
It's a long
I
use
don't wanna hear it
table,
either.
and
There's just one person.
Mark, you've had
Yes.
your say. I think you should sit down now.
But if you're not hearing this one citizen, you're not gonna hear the whole town. You're not gonna hear the end. You're gonna make.
Mark, you've had your chance to speak on this. Please sit down.
Then why open this up and conditions for the public?
Mark,
if you don't wanna hear it all?
Please sit down.
Good luck with the passing, and you're gonna be passing one-sided.
I want to second Mark. I really appreciate leaving the public to be able to comment on the conditions, because I think we do have things to offer, and I think we've seen it at other planning board meetings. So sometimes when I speak, I can be very confident speaking on the neighborhood, and sometimes I cannot. So on the restaurants, I don't actually remember hearing that. It was over congestion, right? So I don't recall saying no restaurants. That aside, I personally would not want to be tying. I don't want empty storefronts. We don't want empty storefronts. It's pretty clear you are voting for this, so let's get the best thing we can have. And I appreciate that Mr. Zamuto's been out trying to recruit the development he didn't know he was gonna get, but he does now. So, anyway, that's probably personal, possibly representing a good chunk of the neighborhood.
Thank you.
That's acceptable to me.
Okay, so we're gonna leave that condition out?
Strike
think so.
condition one.
Yeah. Hopefully these others will be a lot faster.
It's really the first five.
2 and 3 are also ones that I asked for based on the discussion from last week. I hope they're less controversial. Exterior doors along the front of the proposed structure shall be able to be transformed into windows. There's some talk that maybe the tenant won't want to use those doors for how they do their traffic flow. This would, of course, be contingent on, building inspector saying it meets fire code and stuff. 3, walls between the proposed commercial space shall be non-load bearing and shall have the ability to be removed to promote single commercial or retail use. So if the 1 and 2 or 3 and 4 want to be rented by the same tenant, you could knock that wall out and do that. I think you mentioned being able to do that, and we just want to make sure in the decision that nobody says, but that's a violation, that's changing the site plan, but the decision makes it clear that that is allowed. 4, the owner of the proposed building shall limit times of dumpster pickup, rubbish pickup to reasonable hours to minimize inconvenience to residents in the general area. All dumpster pickup, rubbish pickup activities shall not commence on any day before 7 a.m. and not begin beyond 7 p.m. And I think that's pretty typical, and there's noise bylaws as well. So this is, I believe this is redundant, but we want this in the decision. Within this project, the applicant has proposed to create 4 affordable units. Out of the allowed 16 proposed units, all 4 units shall meet the Department of Community Development definition of affordable units. All 16 units shall be added to Ashland's shared housing inventory. 6, prior to land disturbance or demolition shall occur on the locus. Or demolition shall occur on the locus or the issuance of building permits until the time the applicant has obtained all necessary permits from all municipal town departments, including but not limited to the Ashland Conservation Commission, Board of Health, Department of Public Works, Ashland Water and Sewer Department, and the Select Board. I think
So
that
I
needs to
think
be
that needs
fixed
to
for
fix, and
grammar, but I
so-
think we understand the point, so.
Pretty much that is to say,
Permits have to
prior
be-
to the land disturbance or demolition, there shall be on the locus,
There should be no
there
issuance
should be
of,
no issuance of a building permit until such a time the applicant has obtained all necessary
Yeah, right,
permits
yeah.
from all municipal town departments, including but not limited to Concom, Board of Health,
Yeah.
Department of Public Works,
yeah, yeah.
Ashland Sewer and Water.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we'll fix the grammar on that,
Yep.
but it's good. 7, before any building permits are issued, the applicant shall provide the name and contact information of the contractor on site. 8, the applicant and its contractor shall meet with town staff for a pre-construction meeting before any demolition or building permits are issued. At that time, a fencing schedule and a construction schedule shall be reviewed and approved by Ashland municipal staff. 9, DPW may require drainage and sewer pipes to be cambered before building permits are issued. This should be determined at the pre-construction meeting. 10, the applicant shall provide a licensed site professional on site during excavation. So these are mostly
These are very
standard boilerplate.
Conditions.
11, prior to the issuance of building permits, the applicant shall provide the name and contact information of the contractor on the site. Furthermore, the applicant shall provide the town of Ashland with emergency contact information for site supervision. 12, before any building permits are issued, the applicant shall submit final civil site plans and construction plans to the building and planning department. The planning department shall transmit final civil site plans for third-party review and approval. 13, before a building permit, the third-party approved stormwater operation and maintenance plan shall be recorded at the South Middlesex Registry of Deeds, along with the Ashland Conservation Commission's order of conditions, if required. 14, during construction, the site shall be secured with a chain link fence consistent with the fencing schedule required in the condition 3 above. That's gonna need to be fixed, because there's not a, that was, I think this is from Village of the Americas. Each evening and whenever no work is being done. So just,
On the whole property, basically, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Around the
Around the perimeter of the
property.
property, yep.
Yeah.
Can I comment on one of those?
Sure.
Yes.
The one with the
You need to be at the microphone.
Sorry, the one about the LSP being on site during construction or excavation, is it okay just to submit a report from an LSP? Usually we don't have them on site.
Unless there was known contamination.
Yeah, we're gonna test the lands anyway.
As long as you test the lands,
Yeah.
I would say, I think we can move, if they test the land first. This condition came from a downtown condition where it was actually.
Who do we want, during excavation, unless otherwise approved by,
I would say the Board of Planning and Board of Health.
I don't want it to go to the planning board.
Oh,
I
okay.
want it to go to town officials who know what's going on enough, because this is a technical thing.
Yep, excuse me?
Who would normally want to be dealing
So
with this?
typically, our third-party review, GCG, would be able to approve that report if necessary, and that would keep it in towns within the confines.
But we should have this so that somebody on town staff, whether it's the planning director or the DPW director or the health agent, should be.
It would be the Board of Health.
Monitoring it.
Excuse me, just, I hate to interrupt. The law is, so if we hire an LSP, which we're gonna have to do anyway for the bank, they'll test the land, and if it comes back dirty, I cannot dig unless there is an LSP on site anyway, it's a state law. So, I mean, if the thing comes back clean from the testing facility, I shouldn't need an LSP there. But if it does come back dirty, then there has to be an LSP on site.
Let's put if required by the health agent.
Okay.
because the health agent would act on behalf of the Board of Health, and it's a Board of Health issue,
Okay.
right?
So
Yeah, it gets administered through the Board of Health.
it gets administered through the Board of Health, it's the soil contamination.
Is that the right way to handle this?
It's, I mean, it's Board of Health and it's inspectional services. So you're doing a phase one and then if necessary, a phase two site assessment. So the phase one is, review of documents and preliminary site review, and then phase two is required if phase one turns up something that's suspicious. And then if those both come back clean, there wouldn't be an LSP on site. So, you could say based upon preliminary site assessment, if an LSP is required, then one shall be on site during construction.
That makes sense.
My bet
you get
might
that,
even
Pete?
require a phase two.
Right,
Yeah, based upon preliminary site assessment,
right, if
Yeah.
required.
if required.
Okay, where were we? Next is 15. The applicant shall implement a construction entrance into the site prior to the commencement of work. All roadways and sidewalks shall be swept after each workday if needed.
Spelling on entrance in the first sentence.
Interrents,
Yeah, that's a
typo.
typo on entrance.
Oh, yeah, it's been a long day, boys.
Gotta get
Well,
it right.
it was wrong in whatever you cut and pasted it from. 16, during construction, the applicant shall be vigilant about dust control. Water facilities to control dust shall be available on site at all times. If dust is unable to be controlled, it shall be monitored to ensure that no pollutants get airborne. 17, the applicant shall comply with Department of Public Works and Fire Department regulations or requirements. Any permits and fees required by the Department of Public Works and the Fire Department are separate from this approval. 18, stormwater and erosion management requirements during the construction phase shall be managed by the Conservation Commission. 19, there shall be no parking or standing of vehicles on Pond Street. If a truck must be unloaded on Pond Street, the applicant shall contact the Ashland Police Department to determine if a detail is needed. And the truck in question shall not stand or be unloaded on Pond Street until after 9 a.m. Monday through Friday. The applicant shall make an effort to avoid interrupting commuter traffic along Pond Street. 20, to limit interruption to traffic and local businesses, the Department of Public Works and/or the Ashland Police Department may require night work, which is outside the normal construction hours. If this is the case, approval from the planning board is not required. However, approval may be required from the select board.
Yes.
If required, any police detail shall be paid for by the applicant. 22, the applicant shall at all times use reasonable means to minimize inconvenience to residents in the general area. Construction activity shall not commence on any day before 7 a.m. and shall not continue beyond 7 p.m. There shall be no construction activities on any Sunday or federal legal holidays unless required under condition
I think it should be 20.
20, yep.
20 above.
Thank you.
Yes.
23.
23, and those numbers are all changing anyway, because we took out one.
Correct.
23, during construction, all local, state, and federal laws shall be followed regarding noise, vibration, dust, refueling, and blocking of town roads, as well as all applicable directives in the operation and maintenance plan. 24, the applicant shall abide by the operation and maintenance plan as recorded at the Registry of Deeds unless amended by agreement with the Ashland Department of Public Works. 25, although dewatering is not expected per initial soil testing, any material leaving the site must be tested and disposed of according to state and federal regulations. 26, all facade material, i.e. siding and roofing, shall be of high quality. Oh, this is,
Yep.
yeah, this,
21 Main.
this
Be
was based on
eliminated.
21 Main, and they've already talked about what siding
Yeah.
material.
Nix it,
I think we dropped 26.
yeah.
Okay.
So, hang on one sec. I'm willing to drop the hardy plank, but like, I do like this condition from the perspective that the materials that are
Available.
provided are consistent with the materials we've seen in the renderings. So, like, fine, if you wanna take out hardy plank, but, all facade materials, siding, roofing shall be of high quality. siding with color scheme as per plans or is otherwise approved by the planning board at a later date. Approval not to be held unreasonably for some, like, what I don't want is
Yes.
it's
Yeah.
happened with another project where
So let me
people
pull out
cost,
Hardy Plank, and then, well, it's,
they just.
Yeah, so we're,
Right.
I-
But keep the siding with color scheme as per plans.
As per
instead
plans,
of,
yeah.
instead of focusing on siding, I think we had already said that the landscape plan probably isn't, it needs to be added as another condition that has a complete landscape plan added for approval by the planning board. And also, I wanted to add to that when we got to the end of the list, but now that we're talking about this now, but there should be a full set of drawings for all the exterior finishes and detailing, which are still, not fully worked out, obviously, at this part of the project. That should be submitted to the planning board as well, the exterior package, which would therefore let us
Like it.
look at better at what these details are. We did ask for a few of them in earlier meetings and did not receive them, so I want to make sure that's part of the conditions.
so really a full
you
set of
just change that
exterior
to say-
packages.
yeah.
The exterior package, what the interior looks like, obviously is not our purview, but the exterior package is.
Should be submitted
Okay.
exterior package with,
Excuse me, can we submit that with our construction plans? Like a full set of plans, so it can all be worked out?
will be included
Yeah,
on the
oh, yeah,
construction
sure.
plans.
That'll be fine. Yeah,
Exterior package included on the construction plans.
okay.
All right. 27, granite curbing shall be installed at the radius of the entrance along the property and sidewalks running westerly down Greenhalgh Road and Douglas Road. 28, the sidewalk for the length of the property shall be replaced with new concrete sidewalks and detectable warning pads unless otherwise not required by Ashland DPW. I believe that detectable warning pads are the ADA bumpy parts. This may depend on streetscape construction timing and shall be implemented with MassDOT's planned reconstruction of Pond Street. 29, the utilities shall either be underground or a chase installed to accommodate electricity and cable according to utility specifications. The location shall be provided in the as-built plans. 30, so if the utilities are above ground initially, it should be set up to have them below ground later without having major reconstruction. 30, no storage of household items, toys, tools, bicycles, laundry, garbage, or the like shall be allowed on outside of the premise or balconies. These rules must be written into the lease agreements. In addition, the applicant shall run wire to the roof for satellite dishes. A copy of the standard lease for units at 12 Pond Street shall be provided to the planning department before any occupancy permits are issued. If the building were to be converted to condominiums in the future, that same rule shall be written into condominium documents.
So just to give everyone a heads up, that is a holdover. I have a question mark on this one. This is a holdover from a condition on 128 Main
I
Street.
think it's a good one.
Okay.
Yeah,
Pre-run all
Yeah.
the cables so they're not,
Yeah, because I know there's federal requirements. You can't stop people from installing satellite
Yeah.
dishes for satellite TV.
and make sure they don't
And so
put
if
the
you
satellites
pre-run
in
the cables,
front.
you can put them where they don't show up.
Yes.
And they don't mess up with other things, and it's just,
I don't want them either.
yeah. And who knows what the same cables might be useful for, Starlink internet in a year or two, who knows? 31, the applicant shall be responsible for any damage to Pond Street, Greenhalgh Road, and Douglas Road, curbing and sidewalks, not that there is any yet. Baseline video or photographs shall be submitted before building permits are issued. 32, applicant shall comply with any required taking to allow room for the proposed redevelopment of Pond Street scheduled to be completed by MassDOT. 33, before final occupancy permit is issued, applicant shall submit an as-built plan stamped by an engineer and georeferenced CAD files. 34, before any occupancy permit is issued, the applicant shall complete an emergency contact sheet with the Ashland Fire Department. 35, final occupancy for the last 2 units shall be held until all departments are satisfied with the project. 36, if there is any inconsistency between the planning board's approved plan and the plans as may be approved by the Conservation Commission. Is the Conservation Commission still looking at this?
No.
The applicant shall submit an amended plan to the planning board for approval. Said amended plan shall be accompanied by a letter setting forth any and all changes from the originally approved
That's
plan.
just
I
a-
think
that's
that's
a
moot,
holdover.
but that's a good holdover.
That's a typical, yeah, it's a boilerplate condition.
Doesn't
we have.
hurt to leave it in.
Yeah.
It's just a general.
Mhm. The next one is the recording.
37, this approval and approved plan shall be recorded at the South Middlesex Registry of Deeds. A copy of the recorded documents in the approved plan bearing the date of the recording and the book and page number shall be delivered to both the planning and building departments before any work can begin. We have had too many things in town where things didn't get recorded, so that is important. 38, if this site plan approval is transferred to an entity other than the applicant, this approval must be amended by the planning board. And in accordance with section 9.4.14 of the zoning bylaws, site plan approval shall lapse after 2 years from the grant thereof if a substantial use thereof has not sooner commenced except for good cause. Site plan approval may, for good cause, be extended in writing by the board upon written request of the applicant.
Real quick, before I forget, do we want to add in the NB 40 to 28 plugs in each interior?
I did add that.
The NEMA 1450.
You're gonna have to
Keep
email me
rattling off
those
these
tomorrow.
numbers. But
And this,
the charging plugs in each
Yeah,
one, we might want to
it's
put
actually
that.
the same, it's similar to what would be used for like a
Yeah, I
welding
know.
plug
And they
or
all
a
start with NB
electric
or
oven.
whatever, yeah.
I just
They're
put
all
electrical,
NEMA.
electrical
NEMA.
outlets shall be added for the charging
But
of
240
electrical.
volt.
240 volt.
and is the approval,
Just to make sure that gets in there with that.
So we want that, we
a good
want
idea,
the condition about, the landscape.
Yes, I added that.
and the exterior package coming back to the planning board?
Yes.
No, it's gonna go in with the construction plans,
Yep,
right?
I have a full set of exterior packages with construction drawings shall be submitted to the
Yeah.
planning board.
So the other question is there any other conditions we have missed or, that are wrong here?
Do you need anything to extend that little sidewalk to the front from the seating area? That'll be on the plan, right? So when we approve the plan, okay.
The lifts.
I'm obsessed with
The
the
what?
little
The
sidewalks
lifts.
cut through and stuff.
They're in the plan, so we have to put them in the decision.
That's, okay, fine.
So,
Yeah.
Do you have a comment on conditions?
Yes.
Yeah.
The way that exterior, so I think I'm hearing the expectation is you get to possibly make conditions when you see it, but I don't know if that's your intent. If it is, I think that wording needs to be corrected, because he submits it, that he did his job, that's the conditions met. So if the intent is you get to ask for other conditions, I think that should be written in.
I
Well,
think
the
it's fair.
materials, yeah.
Yeah, it's a matter of because the details of the project obviously are not,
Ready
you
yet.
can't look at them at this scale. So
Right.
we would be reviewing them, we understand what the intended materials are, but that we would be reviewing them
Make sure. it's
at
what
that time, both in terms of the landscape and in terms of the exterior
So can
package
that
of the
be
building.
added?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
the
so not
condition-
just receiving them, but
Yeah.
reviewing them for approval.
Yeah.
Yes.
The condition is that the landscape plan has to be approved by the design review committee.
Yeah.
And, for the exterior package
Has to be on the construction plan.
has
that
to
we
be
will approve.
approved by us, is
Yes.
what you want?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I put, that's what I'm gonna put in. Shall be submitted for planning board approval at later date, no prior to the,
Well, they said they're gonna put it on the construction plans anyway,
Yeah,
all the
I'm gonna
materials,
say no-
so if it's on
no,
that plan.
It's a
we'll-
normal part of the construction documents.
Yeah.
just
But
something
we
extra.
should say
Okay.
something like, final building permits will not be issued until the planning board
Receives.
I'm gonna write-
approves. And the planning board shall not withhold approval, unreasonably, which was also stated on one of,
26.
yeah.
Approval
That's good
not to
language.
be held unreasonably.
Right, and it's just, it's a matter of the visual look of the building and
Yeah.
not of the
code and other issues that would be dealt with the actual building permit process.
And Mr. Chairman, to that point, I think you've got to be very clear within the decision, because when you reference construction plans, the usual process, once this board issues its approval and that decision gets recorded, is not for an applicant to come back before this board. And construction plans, when that term is used, means the plans that get submitted to the Inspectional Services Department, the building inspector, prior to issuance of a building permit, and starts a 30-day clock for the issuance of that permit. So if the intention is prior to application for a building permit, that it comes
need
to
to
this
see 'em.
board, for this board to issue for review and approval by the planning board, such approval not to be unreasonably withheld.
I think it could definitely be
that-
reviewed. It's not really about seeing the whole package. It's really only about those elements that are about a visual, how the building looks, not how it performs, is what we're looking for.
Do you want us to come back in front of the board or just submit the plans to the building department and they bring them to you for review or?
I'm not sure what the typical
I'm
process
more
would
than
be.
happy to take the plans and bring them to the board as a
As long as
agenda
it,
item.
as long as it states that we need to approve them reasonably
Yeah, I'm gonna,
before they, you
Yeah.
can
they'll be
issue
approved
the
by
permit.
the planning board at a later date, however, prior to the
issuance of a building permit.
the issuance of a building permit or the application of a building permit for a building permit.
Issuance.
So they could
Um,
bring them to us on a construction plan, and we could we could say that's what we want, right? And we're okay with that. So if you make your construction plan with them on it, send it to us, and we'll. Sure.
I think it would be prudent to have the affordable housing defined, because there's an issue of the quantity, and there's the issue of the affordability, and there's, the perpetuity, I think, is a given the way the law works, but it's still a little scrambled, so I think we need some language in there as a condition, because, and I'm not saying anything about Mr. Zamuto or you guys, but we all know Ashland, some of our current affordability are not kind of done right, and they're not in perpetuity. So I think there needs to be some language on that as another
I
backup.
don't think we have any.
Well, we have condition 5.
Yeah.
And I think much of the details of the lower than the minimum for affordable is through the agreement
Yeah.
with the Affordable Housing Trust.
In order for.
That they don't have yet.
In order
though.
for CPC money to buy affordability, there needs to be an in perpetuity restriction on what it's being spent on.
So the-
That's
how
one
affordable
condition, but the
housing takes care
second
of that.
condition is we believe in affordable housing, we want that, and we want the more affordable, right, not the 80% area mean. So like, I think there should be some condition about that. And so we have the stopgaps to make sure we get what we think we're getting out of this.
I don't know if we can do that.
Condition 5 says, all 4 units shall meet the Department of Community Development's definition of affordable units. So that means
but
the
there's
minimum,
multiple-
not the
right.
lower.
Correct.
My thought is the meeting the lower is,
Additional
is,
upon.
is a negotiated agreement with the Affordable Housing Trust. And I don't know that I want to get involved in those details in this decision.
But it's part of what you're voting on.
Excuse me, I think council has something to say.
I do have a suggestion, and I've got a couple. I promise I'm not going to overlawyer or anything, because I've not been involved in the process. But one of the notes I had, and I'm glad that the speakers raised it, was I think you can just make a minor tweak to that condition and say the affordable shall meet or exceed DHCD requirements, because what I wouldn't want to occur is you're mandating that these affordable units meet the definition of an affordable unit under DHCD's statute and regulations. And then what happens is the Affordable Housing Trust does what has been represented today by the town manager, which is that it's going to subsidize these units being offered at a lower rental price than what DHCD requires according to its definition, and that's considered to be inconsistent with your definition. So I think if you say meet or exceeds the requirement from DHCD, then it can be offered at an even lesser monthly rent than what DHCD is mandating. If DHCD says it's going to be no more than $1,800, but with the subsidy it's going to be $1,300 or $1,400 or $1,500, that's fine.
I think so.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, you need to come to the microphone.
Affordable Housing Trust.
You need to come to the microphone. There are people at home watching.
I can use my street voice.
Yeah, but there are people watching at home and it won't pick it up for cable.
You're following, your audience wants to hear you.
Streaming.
Joe Mignani, member of the Affordable Housing Trust and a resident of town, 2 Harper Lane.
We haven't signed a formal agreement yet with Mr. Zambudo regarding the monies that will be supplemented with respect to the rent. And that could be one of the conditions as we sign that agreement with it. We were waiting to see what was gonna happen tonight before we did that.
Okay.
Okay, so, I don't know if you still want to
Yeah.
deal with it on your end, but we're definitely gonna deal with it on our end.
Yeah, you need to make sure that,
And we'll give you a copy of that as
that
well.
this goes in as deed restrictions.
Right.
Properly on your end,
Oh, absolutely.
so,
Yep,
yeah.
not a problem. Thank you.
Just gonna give me money?
So another thing that, a possible scenario that could happen that would have a giant impact is someone running a business out of the apartment. And I don't mean that someone has, like, they're doing their telemarketing work from home, but since that's in a commercial district, right, you run your landscaping business out of Mr. Zamuto's thing, and now you have just more traffic, or 16 units become massage parlors, and I have customers there every hour, right? I mean, whatever. There's lots of true, real scenarios that would have a giant impact. So I think that it's something like the wording, we have a very experienced lawyer here, but the wording, something like of those kind of things that bring this impact, right? And yet, we do allow and we want home businesses, but there's, certainly we're smart enough to come up with a definition that covers the intent of not turning 16 landscaping businesses run out of that place.
Does the bylaws cover that?
Yeah, so I think the path you're going down is to limit home occupation.
I think someone set up their sewing machine and then they bring it and they sell it. No, I think we're a neighborhood that supports, like, you know, we're the low-income neighborhood
Right.
around here. Like, there's
So
lots of.
you're not discriminating against the pie maker or the,
It's a business that will bring more traffic that is not planned for, right? Or more filling up, like, you know, the landscaping trailers that are gonna be parked on our streets because they don't fit in his parking lot, right? There's-
Ashland does have a bylaw on home occupation.
Right. But, okay, if you think that covers, I don't necessarily agree that covers this situation.
I don't.
Because I generally know what that.
If it's already a bylaw and they're gonna break it even if we tell them not to. right?
No, because you have him to hold accountable.
Put it in my lease and nobody can work out of their home.
Yeah, condition 30 requires the lease to be presented to us before the occupancy permits are issued. So condition 30, which talks about the storage of things outside the unit.
Yep.
A copy of the standard lease for the units at 12 Pond Street shall be provided to the planning department before any occupancy permits are issued. So there is a check there, but he's saying he's willing to put it in his lease agreement that it,
No commercial operations out of it?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly, but I think home businesses should be allowed, so I'm sure there's some wording that's reasonable to
yeah. It's
cover.
hard needle the thread, how you say that.
how about we say, no home occupation can be a full-time business and/or increase traffic, in and out of the locus. Something of that
Something like that.
nature.
Sure.
And then you just refer back to review of the lease would be awesome, because that would cover it.
I can put in, I'll put a new condition right under that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you.
And I very, very, very much appreciate, again, opening up, and what would be really helpful is if you kind of knew this was gonna happen, to publish that first, right? Because I know I have caught things before that you guys agreed to, so publish those conditions and get help from people that are interested. Because I think I tried to pay attention, but I came up with stuff and you obviously agreed with them, but,
Thank you.
thanks.
The dumpster, we went over the dumpster thing,
Oh,
right?
yes, but it's not in the plans, so we should put in a condition,
Dumpster has
that,
The dumpster will be
men or whatever located with.
the dumpster shall be, shifted away from the property line
Okay.
to maximize buffering between, buffering for the adjacent properties.
Okay.
It's a little vague, but If the property owner had come in and said very specifically they had a problem with it, we might be stricter on that, but. Anything else?
And we're sticking with the handicap, 2 inside, 1
Yeah,
outside.
the handicap
They've got
is
that
per
all.
code, so we
Okay.
can't change that. So at this point, I think the procedure would be to close the public hearing and then vote the decision.
Okay.
Is there a?
Subject to final review of the subject to final review of the final agreement?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to complicate it, but we don't have
Yeah.
we have a draft that we've marked up.
Yeah.
Right.
We always
Yeah.
look at it first, yeah.
So if we decide that we have a problem with the final version, we don't sign.
Yeah.
It requires signatures,
Okay,
not just the vote.
so we vote, review the final and sign.
Right. So now, the motion would be to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Did Emma go
Emma's
check-
right, yeah, she's coming, she's
Is
checking
she
the
checking the
doors.
doors? Because
Yep.
it just turned 11. Yeah, so,
She's in the back.
It's right there.
okay. Yeah, because we need to make sure the doors are unlocked. The next motion, do we need a separate motion on the site plan from the special permit?
That's recommended, and the only other thing that I would caution you is, once you vote, if you're voting a decision, but it's subject to review, you're on a 14-day clock once the vote is taken. So just be reminded that if the intention is to review the decision, you can review it individually and get your comments back to the planner, and then he can finalize it without
Within 14
without
days.
recirculating it amongst the board, so as to not violate the open meeting law. Or if your intention is to gather again and review it collectively, you've got to do that within
That's what we
essentially
usually
13
do, is
days.
we review it, you send us copies and we
I
review it.
send it out, and then
We
they
all
review
make
it.
sure that's what we said.
Okay.
That's fine.
We
So
have to
separate
sign it
motions.
within 14 days? too?
It needs to be filed with the town
Filed with
clerk
the town
within
clerk.
14
So we
days.
gotta come in
Correct.
and sign it?
That's
Can we get
December
this-
26th.
Can we get this
I'm gonna be
done
gone
by
the
like early
23rd,
next week so
so-
we can do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so, the motion would be, we want 2 motions. First on, should we put these conditions both with the site plan review and with the special permit? Would that be the proper way to do it?
I'd recommend that they be with both decisions. Is your intention to draft 2 separate decisions? Is that how you've done it previously?
Or should we just do it as a single decision that's both?
You can do it either way, because under your bylaw, the appeals are both pursuant to 40A17, even with site plan review, so it's up to you. I generally recommend separating them because the appellate routes in some communities are different, but they're the same in Ashland.
I would take one decision.
Okay. Well, let's vote the 2 separately, because I think special permit requires 4 votes and site plan requires 3.
Correct.
So, let's have a, motion to approve the site plan, with the conditions as discussed.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes 5-0. And on the special permit, do we need to do a roll call on a special?
No.
Okay. Is there a motion to grant the special permit with conditions as discussed, to be signed after, reviewing that the, decision meets the discussion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 5-0. All right. So, if anybody wants to make any statement as to their thoughts on this, I know it's late, but it would not be out of order if anybody feels a need to make additional statements. I know I feel like I've said as much as I need to. Okay. We do have a couple of other items on our agenda that we may have to do tonight. So if people are leaving, please be quick and quiet about it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes?
I'd like to congratulate the town of Ashland on the successful season of your football team and winning the Super Bowl.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
What?
You.
All right, let's,
Both ways.
all right, let's move quickly on the remaining items. It's late, we still have other items that we need to talk about.
We have 3 A&Rs, 2 A&Rs left.
We have 2 A&Rs, and hopefully we can skip the other stuff. Yeah. All right.
I'm gonna be handicapped.
It's okay.
All right, speed A&R.
Yeah,
Kathy.
I need our planning director.
Smash the gavel.
We have 2 A&Rs.
Yes.
Do those need to be done tonight?
Yes.
All right, 55 West Union. This is,
This is, it's on your packet.
Hickey's property. It's, along the MBTA road across from the, Dunkin' Donuts.
Correct.
And it's, this is to lock in the zoning and was submitted just before
Town meeting.
So, what exactly does the A&R do in this case?
It's just, theoretically, it's a 81X plan, as discussed earlier in the meeting, to lock in zoning.
So
Has this been reviewed by technical? Or does it meet all of the
Yeah.
basic requirements?
It meets all the basic requirements.
Yeah.
It's almost identical to what we signed. It's 81X perimeter plan.
Yep.
And it needs to be signed.
So it's everything we discussed at the beginning
Yes.
of this meeting.
Sounds like it.
Okay.
Correct.
I don't think there's any need for further discussion. I think we understand what's going on. Is there a motion to endorse this plan?
So move.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 5-0.
You got
And
this one, my friends.
the other one is 0 Cross Street. What's happening here? Yes, please, because we are on TV. Right. People streaming us at home on the internet, watching on cable, recording for the posterity.
Good evening. For the record, Nick Fastendola, Level Design Group, here on behalf of the applicant, Seaboard Solar Holdings. What you have in front of you is a Form A plan. It is a parcel of land that is approximately 87 acres. A large portion of that is located within Hopkinton. There's approximately 1.84 acres located in Ashland, and you'll see that the top right-hand portion of the plan in front of you. There's a line that marks the town line. So we are requesting endorsement from both Ashland and Hopkinton. We're before you first, and we're going to Hopkinton next week to present the plan before them. Essentially, the 1.84 acres is being subdivided off the main parcel, essentially to divide off the part of the parcel that is located within Ashland as a separate entity. It's going to be 2 parcels. One's a small 0.01 acre non-buildable parcel. The second would be a buildable parcel with access from Cross Street that is 1.83 acres.
Meets everything.
This meets all our legal requirements?
Yes.
Okay. What is the existing steel
zoning.
frame building? Is that a business
That's
there?
the former Fidelity testing facility.
I mean Liberty. is it
Liberty Mutual,
Liberty,
sorry,
I
sorry.
thought, yeah.
Okay, I get the banks mixed up. Liberty Mutual.
Yes.
Yes, that's their facility. They are no longer located in that parcel.
Oh, but it still has signs for them, I think.
Yeah, it's still,
Okay. I
it's
didn't
still
realize they weren't
there.
active.
The building is still exists, hasn't been raised, but it is for sale, and my client is looking to purchase the property.
All right.
So is this the same condition about getting it in before the bylaw change?
No, this is.
No, we're actually creating lots. We're
This is
dividing off
actual new
lots.
lot lines, the normal A and R.
Yeah,
You want
this
one
is,
that
so
wants
this
to
is,
be all the way in
and actually
Ashland.
what they're doing is good because they're actually splitting the line on the
Ashland line.
Ashland-Hopkinton line.
So putting the
So-
property in Ashland that belongs in Ashland.
And the property in Hopkinton that belongs in Hopkinton and cutting it right down the middle.
So if they want to do any development on this in the future, the part in Hopkinton, they don't have to come to us for, and the part in Ashland, they don't have to go to Hopkinton for.
And that's the main goal. We are going to be doing we're looking to do a development parcel on the vacant portion of the Hopkinton lot, so we wouldn't have to be permitting in both communities.
What kind of development, is it residential, commercial, is it?
It's going to be a commercial solar facility, hence the name Seaboard Solar Holdings. We are moving
I
forward
like
with
solar,
that,
but
with the town of Hopkinton.
Cut down a bunch of trees and put up solar.
Yeah, other than the cutting down of trees. But anyway, I don't think we have any reason not to endorse this.
Nope, it meets
So,
all the requirements.
It's late. Can we have a motion?
I
So
move
moved.
to approve this,
Endorse?
endorse this, yes.
Fine, I will second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 5-0.
I'll let you sign
All right,
this out. I'll let you sign this out.
we do have some things we have to sign before we go home.
You can close the
The
meeting.
discussion on co-urbanize, what I talked about with the town planner is the town manager has some interest in continuing co-urbanize for his side of things, but we would leave that to his budget instead of the planning board's budget. And going forward, we are in the process of pulling all the data back down that's been put up on co-urbanize, and going forward, we make sure all of that is on the town website. Is that the consensus of the board?
And then the planning board had the ability, once we do this mechanically, we'll have the ability to we'll have to redo our fees. Because right now the planning board has a co-urbanized fee. But there's no reason to use co-urbanize when the website is a free tool that's acceptable. It's probably the first place where people go for development applications.
Are applicants gonna have to pay the fee anyway? Like they have to put it on co-urbanize even though it's not in the planning board?
Well,
Just curious. We don't
they,
need-
they only have to, we have often waived the fee on applications where it didn't seem to make sense to put it up. And so going forward, until we fix our fee schedule, the standard policy going forward would be we waive that fee on every project going forward until we've removed the fee, because it's moot, would be the understanding.
Correct.
Will we have a fee to post stuff? Just a little extra fee, it
it's-
takes extra time,
No, we don't. We could just roll that fee into our general fee?
Yeah, we may raise our general fee at
You
the
could
time.
raise our general
That's a
fee.
total
There's some
different
extra
discussion.
work.
Correct.
Did you keep
There's
that
extra
up,
work,
so-
there's extra work with co-urbanize,
Yeah.
there's extra work with this,
Yeah,
but we can roll it together.
yeah. We need to look at, when we eliminate the co-urbanized fee, we may want to look at raising the other fee to take into account new expenses or
Okay.
higher expenses from when those fees were last set.
Okay.
Can we postpone talking about the minutes?
Yes.
Administrative matters, future meetings, you mentioned some meeting in January, let's just post it as a planning board meeting also and tell people they can go to it, and if we get a quorum, we'll post some minutes if there's any actual planning board discussion.
What day?
Does,
It's a housing trust whatever, meeting on January 2nd at 4 o'clock, and I wanted to attend, and they're gonna be talking
If
about,
there's more than three.
if there are
Yeah.
three or more of us, then somebody need to take notes and we could post it.
talking about
as-
inclusionary zoning for affordable housing.
Yeah.
So I wanted,
Gotcha.
but I didn't know who else had interest.
But,
Woo-hoo.
that said, it is 11:17.
Oh, is he gonna ask for a motion?
I am.
Motion to adjourn.
At
Oh, at
11:17.
11:17 PM.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions?
You get to
That
sign
motion
these.
passes 5-0. Thank you.